Give him a minute. Andy. I'm giving him a minute. He's in the restroom. That's fine. It's long, very long. He's in the restroom. I know. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners meeting. Today is February 9th, 2026. It is 5 p.m. We're going to call this meeting to order. I'm going to quickly do a roll call. Chair, Commissioner Dance? Here. Commissioner Carney?
Present.
Commissioner Hanson?
Here.
Commissioner Richardson?
Here.
And I'm Commissioner Pennington, and we are all here. If everyone will stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Now we'd like to take a moment of silence. We take this moment of silence for individual prayer, reflection. We take this time to honor and remember our first responders and the men and women in our military who keep us safe and protect our freedoms at home and abroad. All right. Announcements by the chair. February 16th, our county offices will be closed in observance of President's Day. February 24th at 6 p.m., District 3 Town Hall with Ms. Kim Carney, our Commissioner of District 3. It will be at the Wick Line Senior Citizen Center in Flagler Beach. Again, that's February 24th at the 6 p.m. February 28th at 5:30 p.m. will be our Race of the Runways for the Rotary. That is at our airport. That's a great time. We really anticipate a lot of people coming out, and we hope you join us there. Also, February 28th and March 1st will be the 11th annual powwow that takes place at Prince's Place. It's a very nice event, and we look forward to seeing you there. Upcoming commission meetings, workshops, and special meetings. We have a special meeting Monday, February 23rd at 11 a.m., followed by a regular meeting. We'll resume Monday, March 2nd at 9 a.m., and we will have a workshop that day as well at 1 p.m. So we hope everyone can join us in attendance. Moving on, we're going to move on to our recognitions, proclamations, and presentations. Our first one is a recognition, the Betty Steflik Volunteer Recognition. I believe that would be Eric. Yeah, coming up.
So much for allowing me to do this. I think maybe the second week that I joined the county, I went out to Betty Steflik and I had the opportunity to work with this group of wonderful citizens that have dedicated over 1,500 hours of their time to volunteer and remove Brazilian pepper from Betty Steflik. Not only do they do that, they also go and remove trash and help with beautification. They also have my number, so every time there's something going on out there that looks weird or needs a little bit of touch-up, they let me know. And so I wanted to take the opportunity to recognize them and thank them on behalf of our citizens and the board for their hard work. Thank you.
Oh. Come on up. Anybody want to speak on behalf?
It's not really my thing. But I just want to thank all my hardworking volunteers for the efforts we put through and made our part looking as good as we can do it. And Eric's been really helpful with our efforts, and we've gotten a lot done.
Oh, we appreciate everything you do, and it shows out at Betty Steflik. It's one of the nicest parks, so we appreciate it. Would you like to come up and take a picture Maybe not. They're like, Here, I'll give this to you and you can.
Up here?
Ramon came and asked for it.
We'll be there tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock if you want to come out.
Thank you all very much.
All right. We're moving on to our proclamations. It's going to be kind of a long evening. We've got 8 proclamations. So we'll start off with the Invasive Species Week, and I believe that is with Mr. Hanson.
Thank you. A proclamation of Flagler County Board of County Commissioners proclaiming February 23rd through 27th, 2026 as Invasive Species Week in Flagler County. Whereas the state of Florida and Flagler County are home to unique and fragile ecosystems that are threatened by the introduction of non-native invasive species. And whereas invasive species including reptiles like feral hogs, Cuban tree frogs, and plants like coral ardisia, Brazilian pepper, Chinese tallow, camphor, and many others threaten native biodiversity, destroy infrastructure, and cause significant economic, ecological, and human harm. Whereas these invasive species are fast-moving, adaptable, and resistant to efforts to eliminate or control them, and whereas the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission and the University of Florida Institute of Food and Agriculture Sciences encourage citizens to check, clean, and dry recreational gear, avoid planting non-invasive, non-native invasive plants, and report sightings. And whereas proactive management, public awareness, and rapid responses are essential to safeguarding Florida's natural resources. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners that they hereby declare February 23rd through the 27th, 2026 as Invasive Species Week in Flagler County, and encourage all residents to learn about the threats posed by invasive species and take action to protect our local environment. Adopted this 9th day of February 2026, attested to by Tom Bexley, Clerk of the Court and Comptroller, and signed by the Flagler County Board of Commissioners Chairman Leanne Pennington.
Like to make a motion?
Yes, ma'am. I make a motion that we make February 23rd through 27th, 2026 as Invasive Species Week.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Hanson and a second by Mr. Dance. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Hello again.
I am back again. Well, you saw that group. That's one of our core functions as part of land management is safeguarding our natural resources, and invasive species are a big problem. They're not going away without our work, and hopefully with the assistance of our citizens and volunteers.
No,
Thank
you're
you.
doing a wonderful job in your role. It definitely goes noticed. Trust me. I was out at Prince's Place where they did a prescribed burn, totally necessary, but it went through without a hitch. I want to give you this.
Did the cold weather help you as well with them? Not enough?
We killed them back a little bit. Unfortunately, I think that they're going to come back, so
Right.
we're just going to have to go back and treat. Thank you.
I was hoping it would go.
We need a lot more cold, so thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we're going to have Commissioner Richardson present Human Trafficking Awareness Month.
This is a proclamation of the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners recognizing the month of January 2026 as Human Trafficking Awareness Month. Bear with me, this is a long obligation. Whereas human trafficking in the recruitment, harboring, transportation, provision, or obtaining of a person for labor and services through the use of force, fraud, coercion for the purpose of forced labor or sexual servitude. And whereas human trafficking is a $32 billion a year global criminal enterprise and is a crime as well as a civil and human rights violation, and an estimated 25 million people are currently victims of human trafficking for both sex and labor. And whereas human traffickers prey on the victims by promising a life of hope and greater opportunity, while delivering only enslavement, instead of delivering people with better lives, traffickers unjustifiably profit from the labor and toil of their victims, who they force through violence and intimidation to work in brothels and factories or farms and fishing vessels, in private homes, and in countless industries. And whereas January is National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month, we commit ourselves to eradicating this evil and enslavement. Human trafficking is a modern form of the oldest and most barbaric type of exploration, and we proclaim it has no place in our world, our nation, our city. And whereas the month we do not simply reflect on this appalling reality, we also pledge to do all in our power to end this horrific practice of human trafficking that plagues innocent victims not only around the world, but in our own neighborhoods. And whereas more awareness and education is crucial to eradicating human trafficking in our communities, state, and nation. And whereas Flagler County Advocates Alliance is working together to increase public understanding of this problem and mobilize community efforts to end human trafficking. And whereas Human Trafficking Awareness Day is observed on January 11th in municipalities across this country to educate the public and raise awareness about human trafficking. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners that they hereby declare January 2026 as Human Trafficking Awareness Month in Flagler County, and urge all citizens of Flagler County to become a part of the community response to end human trafficking and to send the message that crime will not be tolerated in our community. Adopted this 9th day of February 2026, attested by Clerk of Courts and Comptroller Tom Bexley and Flagler County Board of County Commissioners Chair Leanne Pennington. Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to accept this proclamation.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. Richardson, second by Ms. Carney. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Can Ms. Miller and their Family Life Group come up? We have a couple other proclamations, so if you wouldn't mind, we'll go ahead and read the other ones, and then we'll talk and take pictures together.
Does that work for you?
Would that be okay?
Okay, great.
Hi, Candy.
This other proclamation recognizes the month of January 2026 as National Stalking Awareness Month. Whereas under the laws of all 50 states, the U.S. territories, the District of Columbia, and federal government, stalking is a crime. And whereas up to 7.5 million people are stalked in a one-year period in the United States, and the majority of victims are stalked by someone they know. And whereas 3 in 4 women killed by an intimate partner have been stalked by their intimate partner. And whereas many stalking victims lose time from work and experience serious psychological distress and lost productivity at a much higher rate than the general population. And whereas many stalking victims are forced to protect themselves by relocating, changing their identities, changing jobs, and obtaining protection orders. And whereas many stalkers use technologies such as cell phones, global positioning systems, GPSs, cameras, and spyware to monitor and track their victims. And whereas there is a need for great public awareness of the nature, criminality, and potentially lethal stalking. And whereas criminal justice systems can enhance their responses by stalking by regular training, and an assertive investigation and prosecution of the crime. And whereas laws and public policies must be continually adopted to keep pace with the new tactics used by stalkers. And whereas communities can better combat stalking by adopting multidisciplinary responses by teams of local agencies and organizations, and by providing more and better victim services. Whereas Family Life Center is joining forces with victim service providers, criminal justice officials, and concerned citizens throughout Bunnell and the United States to observe National Stalking Awareness Month. And whereas Flagler County Advocate Alliance is working to increase public understanding of this problem and mobilize community efforts to end stalking. Now, therefore, it is be proclaimed by the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners that hereby declare January 26th, 2026, of course, as National Stalking Awareness Month in Flagler County, and applaud the efforts of the many victim service providers, police officers, prosecutors, national and community organizations, and private sector supporters of their efforts in promoting awareness about stalking. Adopted this day, 9th of February 2026, attested by Tom Bexley, Clerk of Court, and Leanne Pennington, Chair of the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners. Thank you. Thank you for all you do.
I'd like to make a motion.
Want to make a motion to approve this proclamation?
I'll second.
I have a motion by Ms. Richardson, a second by Ms. Carney. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And I believe we have one more requested by Ms. Wilkie, so we'll go ahead and let Mr. Dance read.
Thank you. I will read a proclamation of the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners proclaiming February 2026 as Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month in Flagler County. Whereas Flagler County is committed to the well-being and protection of our youth, the safety of our communities, and fostering a society based on mutual respect for one another with zero tolerance for any forms of victimization and abuse. And whereas teen dating violence is a serious crime that can involve physical, sexual, verbal, emotional, economic, or other abusive behavior, including harassment and cyberbullying via texting, emailing, instant messaging, or posting on social media. And whereas women who are 16 to 24 years in age are more vulnerable to intimate partner violence, experiencing abuse at a rate of nearly triple the national average. And whereas 1 in 3 adolescents in the United States is a victim of physical, emotional, or verbal abuse from a dating partner, a figure that far exceeds rates of other types of youth violence. 1 in 10 high school students has been purposefully hit, slapped, or physically harmed by a boyfriend or girlfriend. 1 in 10 teens reported sexual victimization from a dating partner, and 1 in 4 teens in a relationship report their boyfriend or girlfriend isolating them from all friends and family. And whereas young people who have been victimized by an abusive dating partner can experience serious negative effects to their physical and emotional health and are more likely to be depressed, develop low self-esteem, perform poorly in school, engage in risky behaviors such as drug and alcohol abuse, and contemplate or attempt suicide. And whereas while dating violence affects teens across all races, genders, religions, nationalities, sexual orientations, and socioeconomic statuses, it disproportionately affects lesbian, gay, and bisexual youth who experience rates of intimate partner violence that are almost twice as high as the rates for heterosexual youth. Transgender youth report even higher rates of victimization and dating violence than their heterosexual peers. And whereas parents and guardians of victims of dating abuse are often unaware of the problem, studies show that only 33% of teens in an abusive relationship ever told anyone about the behavior. And 81% of parents responded that teen dating abuse is not an issue or that they did not know whether it was an issue. And whereas Flagler County Advocates Alliance is working to increase public understanding of this problem and mobilize community efforts to end teen dating violence, now therefore be it proclaimed by the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners that they hereby declare February 2026 as National Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month in Flagler County and applaud the efforts of the many victim service providers, police officers, prosecutors, national and community organizations, and private sector supporters for their efforts in promoting awareness about teen dating violence. Adopted this 9th day of February 2026, tested by Tom Bexley, our clerk of the court, and Flagler County Commission Chair Leanne Pennington.
Moved.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve our Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month proclamation.
Second.
All right, motion by Mr. Jans, seconded by Ms. Richardson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Welcome. Finally. How are you?
Very well.
If you'll state your name and
Yeah, my name is Brianna Miller. I'm the residential service manager over at Family Life Center. I want to thank you all for having us here again and again and again. But it does not stop. Awareness is a continuous fact that we need in our community. We wish that we could just highlight February as Valentine's Day and make it about chocolate and kisses, but there's underlying factors that come with the word love, and that goes into our teen dating violence awareness. We hear very young that, he just hits you because he likes you, or they're mean to you and all this, but are we as a community sharing what those factors are and where these underlying situations that we're broadcasting as love go as we grow up into these adolescent points into adulthood? They turn into this stalking awareness. They turn into human trafficking. So the teen dating violence awareness that we are highlighting in February goes into all the other awarenesses that we are here for time after time again. We appreciate you for hearing us, and we cannot do this without the support of Ms. Candy over at Family Life Center, Heather. We have Augie Rodriguez over at the Sheriff's Office, and Deanna Ewell as well. And you've seen us here with many other supporters within the community at Flagler Beach Police Department and many more. So we appreciate you all, and thank you for always having us up here and spreading awareness as we can.
well, thank you so much. I
Thank
know I
you.
talked to Ms. Wilkie this weekend at Creekside. They're doing a wonderful job with outreach. We see you at every event that we're at. And they're everywhere, and that's a good thing because we need to get this kind of word out in our community that there's help here, because a lot of people think we don't have it, but we do. Yeah.
Speaking of events, hi, I'm Candy Wilkie. I'm the Domestic Violence Services Coordinator with Family Life Center. So speaking of events, we have flyers on the back table by the agendas. The second annual Italian Festival is going to be April 4th. From 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. It is free for children under 12, $1 per person for anyone over 12. Kids Zone is free. So we're super excited for that event. There are still vendor opportunities available. Our annual golf tournament, 33rd annual golf tournament, is in April as well at the Conservatory in Hammock Beach. And then we also have a yacht rock party coming up too. So all of those are awareness events and also fundraisers to support survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault. So anyone that's interested, we have flyers on the back table that we
Outstanding.
would love for everyone to help support as well. Thank you so much for your support and taking so much time out of your meeting this evening to help us raise awareness. We appreciate each and every one of you.
Thank you. We'd love to take a picture
you.
with you.
Sure, love to.
And you gotta give them your proclamation.
Give him the proclamations,
They're like their Yeah.
All that speaking. Dry mouth now.
Sorry.
Thank you for everything. Yep.
Okay, moving on to our proclamation for School Resource Officer Appreciation Day. I believe this is Commissioner Hanson.
A proclamation of the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners proclaiming February 15th, 2026 as School Resource Officer Appreciation Day in Flagler County. Whereas the National Association of School Resource Officers is dedicated to making schools and children safer by providing the highest quality training to school-based law enforcement officers. And whereas school resource officers bridge gaps between youth and law enforcement and embrace a triad of concept of school policing, serving in informal counseling, education, and law enforcement roles to support students and communities they serve. And whereas by training law enforcement officers to counsel, educate, and protect school communities, these men and women continuously lead by example and promote a positive image of law enforcement to school children and school communities. And whereas school resource officer programs across the globe are founded as collaborative efforts by police agencies, law enforcement officers, educators, students, parents, and communities to serve safe learning environments, provide valuable resources to school staff members, foster positive relationships with students, and develop strategies to resolve problems that affect youth, with the goal of protecting all children so they can reach their fullest potential. And whereas school resource officers are valuable and essential members of the education community and serve unwavering respect and support from the public in the pursuit of keeping schools and students safe. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners that they hereby declare February 15th, 2026 as School Resource Officer Appreciation Day in the County of Flagler, and urge all citizens to show appreciation and support for school-based law enforcement officers. Adopted this 9th day of February 2026, attested to by Tom Bexley, Clerk of the Court and Comptroller, and signed by Flagler County Board of Commissioners Chairman Leanne Pennington.
Thank you, sir. Entertain a motion?
Madam Chairman, I move that we make February 15th, 2026 as School Source Officer Appreciation Day.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Hanson, a second by Mr. Dance. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Hello, Sheriff Staley.
Thank you, Ms. Chair and Vice Chair and Commissioners. I'm Flagler County Sheriff Rick Staley. With me today is Division Chief Augie Rodriguez and Youth Services Commander Jennifer Nowaki. And I just want to thank you for recognizing the school resource deputies. They're not very visible outside of the campus, but they're very visible in the campus and with the students and the faculty. And, you know, that is funded in a partnership, as you know, between the Board of County Commissioners, the City of Palm Coast, and the school district. And so that's truly an amazing partnership that a lot of communities can't say they have, and to protect our kids. And that's the goal, but also to make sure that they are friends and give guidance to the students also. So they do an amazing job, and a job, quite frankly, I'm not sure I could do with 1,000+ screaming students and small cities in our high schools and really in most of our middle schools too. So they just do an amazing job, and I appreciate them, and I appreciate you recognizing them today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anybody comments?
Nope, just love those school resource officers. Thank you very much. Appreciate what you do on a daily basis.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Would you
Thanks
like
for
to come up
everything.
for a picture?
Thank you, thank you, thank you, as always. Thank you, as always. Nice to see you. Thank you.
Next, we have a recognition for Dr. Dennis Alter, a longtime Flagler County doctor who is retiring. I believe Commissioner Carney has this.
Thank you. Could we have Dr. Alter's wife and children? We will have a picture after with everybody, or you can, whatever, you can all come up. I'd just like to announce that Dr. Alter is not feeling well tonight, and he will not be with us, so his beautiful family are all here. I'd just like Dr. Alter prays for all of his patients. I'd like to ask for everyone in the room to pray for Dr. Alter's quick recovery, because we know he's got this. So I would like to read the proclamation. Flagler County Board of County Commissioners recognizes Dr. Dennis Alter for his service to Flagler County and surrounding communities. Whereas Dr. Dennis Alter, MD, has faithfully served the Flagler County community as a respected orthopedic surgeon, dedicating his professional life to restoring mobility, relieving pain, and improving quality of life for countless individuals and families. And whereas Dr. Alter honorably served in the United States Air Force as a flight surgeon assigned to the 89th Special Air Missions at Joint Base Andrews, providing medical support to the White House, the United States Congress, and senior Department of Defense officials, and later served with distinction as Chief of Orthopedics at Maxwell Air Force Base in Montgomery, Alabama. And whereas throughout his distinguished career, Dr. Alter has been nationally recognized for his expertise in the diagnosis and treatment of complex orthopedic conditions, with particular emphasis on disorders of the hip and knee, while remaining steadfastly committed to caring for the whole person with compassion, integrity, and respect. And whereas Dr. Alter, together with his wife Lori, raised their 5 children in the Flagler County community, and for more than 33 years, his philosophy of care has consistently emphasized excellence in orthopedic medicine and service to others, earning the trust and admiration of patients, colleagues, and families across the region, including the establishment of a lasting community outreach program providing free sports physicals to all local student athletes. Whereas Dr. Alter has served with distinction at every level of leadership within the Flagler County medical community, including Chief of Surgery, 2 terms as Chief of Staff, and as a member of the Hospital Board of Directors, making significant contributions to the advancement of local health care delivery while remaining actively engaged as a fellow of the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgeons, and as a member of the American Medical Association and the Florida Medical Association, reflecting his commitment to the highest standards of medical practice. And whereas the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners finds it fitting and proper to recognize Dr. Dennis Alter for his many years of exemplary service and the lasting impact he has made on the health, well-being, and lives of the residents of Flagler County, Florida. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners that they hereby recognize and honor Dr. Dennis Alter, MD, for his distinguished career, compassionate care, and extraordinary contributions to the Flagler County community, and is extended the board's sincere appreciation and best wishes as he enters a well-earned retirement. Adopted this 9th day of February, attested Tom Bexley, Clerk of Court and Comptroller, and Flagler County Board of County Commissioners, Leanne Pennington, Chair. Chair, I move that we recognize Dr. Dennis Alter for his service to Flagler County and the surrounding communities.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Carney and a second by Mr. Hanson. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, welcome. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Anyone want to speak, or, I know he's watching us on TV.
He's watching, so we'll just wait. On behalf of my husband, I want to thank you all so much for this proclamation and recognition. It means the world to him. He has loved this community it's been 33 years, yeah. And it has been a joy serving it, and he is just overwhelmed. It's been a rough week and a wonderful week. We had twin grandsons born, and we're missing one daughter. She just had the twin grandsons on the same day he was brought to the hospital, but he's doing well, and he will recover. So thank you so very much.
Thank you so much. Would you like to take a picture
And
with your
these
family?
children are all his grandchildren.
Come on up.
Come on up.
Come on up.
Bring the grandkids, too.
2, 3.
One more. One more.
All dancing.
I believe, Ms. Carney, you have the next proclamation.
Okay. Another medical proclamation. Where is, come on up,
School Board member Lauren Ramirez.
Lauren and her phlebotomy team.
Everybody's getting stuck tonight.
Yeah. All right. So proclamation of the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners recognizing February 9th through the 13th, 2026 as Phlebotomist Recognition Week in Flagler County. Whereas phlebotomists are essential members of the healthcare workforce performing skilled blood collection procedures critical to the diagnosis, treatment, and prevention of disease. And whereas phlebotomists serve patients in hospitals, clinics, laboratories, and community health settings, often being the first point of contact and requiring compassion, precision, and professionalism. And whereas the work of phlebotomists supports all healthcare and laboratory professionals by ensuring adequate and timely specimen collection necessary for quality patient care. And whereas phlebotomists contribute significantly to the overall health and wellness of Flagler County residents, making a meaningful impact on patient outcomes and public health. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners that they hereby proclaim February 9th through the 13th, 2026 as Phlebotomist Recognition Week in Flagler County. Further, they encourage all citizens to recognize and appreciate the contributions of phlebotomists on our healthcare system and community. Adopted this 9th day of February, attested Tom Bexley, Clerk of Circuit Court and Comptroller, and Flagler County Board of County Commissioners Chairman Leanne Pennington. Chair, I'd like to move that we recognize February 9th through the 13th, 2026 as Phlebotomist Recognition Week in Flagler County.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Ms. Carney, a second by Mr. Hanson. All those in favor signify with aye. Aye.
Aye.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. So my name's Lauren Ramirez, and I own Salus Medical Training in Palm Coast. And I brought some of my wonderful partners, LabCorp. They have been a strong partner from when Salus opened. And Miss Wanda and her team, I met them when I had my twins where they were 1.5, and Wanda was able to draw blood on both of them. So to be a phlebotomist, it definitely takes skill, patience, and what we train is the safety and to make sure it's efficient. And we have this year have certified 47 local Flagler County individuals in phlebotomy. We have 100% pass rate, and we need people that love that to be like our LabCorp girls who have been very supportive. So thank you so much.
Thank you. You just do an amazing job in our community, and we appreciate every one of you.
We need a whole bunch of them because it's hard to get
Yes,
appointments.
a lab appointment.
Especially at
And
7
make sure
o'clock in the
when-
morning.
When you're fasting, you drink a lot of water, right, ladies?
It makes it goes faster, right?
Right. Would you like to come up for a?
Yeah, thank you.
You gotta pull that out for me. I would have landed on the floor.
All right, and finally, our last proclamation, it's the Government Communicators Day. I believe Mr. Dance has this.
I do, thank you. This is a proclamation of the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners recognizing February 20th, 2026 as Government Communicators Day in Flagler County. Whereas the role of government communications professions is to inform, educate, and engage their communities, and whereas robust communication in government creates trust and inspires residents to take action and be involved, and whereas government communications create relationships and calls to action, build awareness and understanding through storytelling, engage and foster engagement on civic issues, and use all channels to include people in critical decisions. And whereas it is essential to have strong communications in government because it is a foundational element of living in a democracy where citizens have the freedom to make their voice heard. And whereas Flagler County is proud and has deep gratitude and recognition for government communicators' professionalism, dedication, hard work, commitment, enthusiasm, and sacrifice. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners that they hereby recognize February 20th, 2026 as Government Communicators Day in Flagler County, and encourage all residents to thank the members of the Communications Department who have dedicated their careers to ensure Flagler County has effective, impactful, and successful communication strategies that resonate and are relevant. Adopted this 9th day of February 2026, attested by Tom Bexley, our Clerk of Court, and signed by our Flagler County Commission Chair, Leanne Pennington.
Motion.
A motion to approve a proclamation for Government Communicators Day.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Mr. Dance, second by Ms. Richardson. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Ms. Callahan.
Yes.
Good evening, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So I'd like to introduce my team. We are small and mighty. I am Karen Callahan, Communications Manager, and we have Samantha Shakes. She's our Multimedia and Engagement Coordinator. You see her all around town taking videos, taking photographs. And we also have Julie Murphy, who's been with the county for over 10 years, a former reporter. She's our Communications Coordinator in charge of press releases, edits a lot of our news magazines. She's a point of contact for a lot of our media inquiries. So this is us. And I'd like to follow up with a brief presentation before we take a photo, if that's okay. You can sit down. So first, we're going to go with a video that Samantha recently compiled that we plan on showing to the Citizens Academy in a couple weeks. So it kind of gives an overview of our department.
We are the Communications Department, the strategic voice that connects our organization under the Board of County Commissioners to Flagler County. Every day we inform, educate, and engage with purpose. In 2025, we issued over 100 press releases, securing nearly 500 prominent news pickups, earned 3 prestigious awards, and our team spearheaded 7 full-cycle events and contributed to a total of 30 events last year. Not only that, we've increased social media engagement by 25% and created multiple videos along with 12 award-winning podcast episodes. These achievements highlight the strength and creativity our team brings to every project, amplifying public information and driving transparency year after year. Beyond the metrics, our work empowers, educates, and fosters genuine engagement across our community. As efficient communicators, we remain committed to serving with excellence every single day.
Nice.
Yeah, good job, Samantha. And then we have some brief slides highlighting 2025. So that's our team. And just for background, in case people don't realize, communications has a variety of roles, including public information, content strategy, community engagement, media relations, internal communications, and crisis communications in the event of EOC activation. And of course, we have other duties as assigned. So by the numbers, last year, as it was said in the video, we issued over 100 press releases with over 500 media pickups, which is above industry standards. And it should be noted that 74% of journalists still prefer receiving news via press releases. We have a variety of newsletters and magazines. The most recent one that we launched, as you're aware, in November is the Flagler County Review. That goes to over 60,000 subscribers, and that's issued on Friday afternoons. We've been experiencing a very high open rate on that. Over 44% of people actually open the newsletter, which means they want to read it, and a click-through rate of 3%, which is they want to engage with it. Again, well above community standards as open rates. Usually a really good open rate is 12 to 15%. We have another award-winning magazine. It's our quarterly digital magazine that's edited by Julie Murphy. It's called Coast to Country. Again, it's issued every 3 months. It averages about 32 pages. I know you're all familiar with it, so she kind of dives deep into, events and just going-ons in the community. It's a winner of multiple NACIO awards. That's National Association of County Information Officers. So in 2024, we won one for Best Overall Performance, and last year for Writing Features. I'm very proud of that. We also issue, if my clicker works, another monthly magazine called Flagler BOCC Headlines. That's not emailed to people, but it is posted on our website. Again, that's monthly. That does include top headlines, upcoming meetings, et cetera. We pull those basically from the top performing press releases. Julie is also editor of our monthly employee engagement newsletter called the Flagler Bulletin. Last year, we revamped it into a flipping book format, so it's very interactive and engaging. It contains a lot of videos, and it's very well received by our over 400 employees. But it gives employee news, upcoming events, new hires, promotions, birthdays. It's great. As you're aware, in 2024, we launched a podcast, Flagler in Focus. It's available wherever you listen to podcasts, including Apple, Spotify, Audible, iHeartRadio, and YouTube. That also is a winner of an NACIO award for Best Podcast Series in 2025. We're really proud of that. So on to social media. I'm extremely proud of the number of channels that we're able to monitor. We have a whole 6 social media platforms that we engage in. The most notable one would be Nextdoor, where we can communicate to over 62,000 members, and over 38,000 households. And then second to that would be our Facebook, which was launched almost 10 years ago, with over 14,000 followers. We also have been engaging a lot on LinkedIn, Twitter, YouTube, and of course, Instagram. But more important than the number of followers we've had, what we are extremely proud of is the growth we've been experiencing in the last 12 months. As you can see, Facebook, we've grown by over 22% in 12 months, which is the greatest increase we've had year over year in Facebook. LinkedIn, over 40%. And I know that we have a small Instagram following, but we nearly doubled it in 12 months due to an increase in content and reels. And we attribute the robust growth to literally just our increased digital content, live streaming, and our engagement practices. The other thing that we've been doing within the last 12 months has been with ribbon cuttings and groundbreakings and what have you. My team has started live streaming those events, and those have become really popular. So folks that can't attend those events, they're able to watch it, especially on a cold day like Wadsworth Park. You recall, Vice Chair, a little chilly, but it was nice. So we were able to garner about 1,600 views. So these are people that may not be able to attend these events, but they're able to watch it. So I'm very proud of that as well. And that wraps it up. I wanted to keep our presentation short, but I really wanted to thank the board for your collaboration and your support of us, because we've been feeling very supported by you. So we appreciate it, and I'll leave that to you if you have any questions or feedback for us.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the coverage we've been having with the fires, because I feel like everybody would previously reach out, but it seems like it's really getting out there, especially on Facebook.
Yes,
people
absolutely.
are sharing much more, so we greatly appreciate the up-to-date coverage of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Julie, Samantha, thank you.
Would you like to take pictures?
Yes. We have a fill-in. Ms. Mortimer's going to take our picture since we're usually the ones that take it. Do you want to give her the?
Hoarding it.
I'm not going to sit in it. I'll land on the floor.
All right, we're through the proclamations. This brings us to the point of our first community outreach. This is a 30-minute time period. It's been allocated for public comment on any consent agenda item or topic not on the agenda at all tonight. Each speaker will be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the commission. The speaker should approach the podium, identify themselves, and direct comments to the chair. Good evening, sir.
Hello. My name's Robert Sandel, and I'm here regarding the county parcel of land located between 66 and 70 Hernandez Road, which runs from Hernandez Road to the Intercoastal. I wanted to raise a couple of questions because I understand the property may be sold. I reviewed the county survey of the property and noted that there are several encroaching structures on the county strip of land, and there is a dock at the end of it that is not reflected on the survey. I've also looked at the tax records for the county property and determined that the valuation does not include any buildings or structures or the dock. The county land has been assessed for $25,125 without the dock or those structures. Will the property be reassessed to include the value of the dock and structures, or will it be valued at the price paid
Mr. Roberts,
by the
I think
purchaser?
we actually have to hold this speech because this is actually on the agenda. I believe it is 8D. So these are items not on the agenda, and that is 8D. So if you could hold your comments till then, I'm
Okay,
sure there'll
I
be more
will
that'll be speaking on it
that
as
time.
well.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
this is for items that are listed with either the number 7, which is our consent agenda, or items not on the agenda at all right now. Let's see, I forgot it was a item on the back. Anyone want to approach and speak on any of the items on consent agenda or not on consent agenda? Ms. Shelley.
Darlene Shelley, Palm Coast. There was a lot of items in the consent agenda this evening. And a lot of them, I believe, deserve discussion in the sunshine with the public so everyone can know the details of it without having to spend their afternoon coming to the workshop meeting. In an effort of full transparency, I don't like to see some things that should be discussed in more detail kind of brushed through on a consent agenda. So hopefully some of you will ask for more discussion with some of these items, again, in the effort of full transparency to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. Anyone else? Hey, good evening, sir.
My name is Philip McClure. With Coastal Palm Sports, I've emailed you guys before in regard to the Parks and Rec situation that we have going on. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here on behalf of the families and children of Flagler County who want fair and transparent, consistent access to the public fields that the tax dollars pay for. For many years, our organization has requested field space. It's always been one of those situations where you got to go through this person, you got to go through this person, and it just becomes a circle. And its priority is given to Flagler Babe Ruth over their history of being a part of Flagler County. And their regular practice times have been 5:30 to 7, 7 to 8:30. However, this year, we've been a part of them for the past 2 years where all of our coaches have helped coach with them. We've helped in every single level on every single field, and this year, things changed where they said that nobody that's associated with the travel organization is allowed to coach. Therefore, none of us coaches are allowed to be in other than Palm Coast Little League, in a recreational coaching setting for baseball. This year, their numbers are dwindling. They've taken down to where their practice blocks are now 6 to 8 to be able to block off the fields from anybody else being able to use them. I've emailed multiple with Dennis, Mark, all the way to I just got an email back from Mark a minute ago, but I just want transparency and be able to have something that our organization is not travel ball specific. We have kids that just come and practice. We have free open workouts. We have opportunities for kids just to practice and get better at baseball. I've got a college coaching background. Many people on our board have experience with youth. I'm in the military. It's a lot of stuff that we do that we leave open for all for baseball. However, we've been blocked off from that. And then trying to get fields, I know field space is limited. There's nothing we can do about that right now. But I'm just asking for clarity and transparency across the board. For this community is growing, Flagler County is growing, and having those assets that we can grow, not in a competition side, but be able to do our thing as well and have those resources that they have as well. So I just wanted to present that to you guys. I know we've emailed back and forth, but thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? You just come on up.
I guess it's good evening. My name is Steve DeGarmo. My wife Renee is over to my left. Renee has Alzheimer's. She's had it for about 4 to 5 years. In November, I found out a program was available in Flagler County to help Renee and numerous other folks that are suffering from some type of dementia. Dementia has many fingers to it. Alzheimer's is one. I just finished The Unexpected Journey by Bruce Willis's wife, second wife, and he has frontal temporal dementia. Altogether, there are about 100 different types of dementia. Most of the time, you don't have one, you have a combination. Very difficult to find out which one it is. I found a program here in Flagler County that has helped Renee and me. I am the chief caretaker. That's 24/7, 365. I do the washing, the drying, the cooking, the cleaning. I can handle that. Renee's going to be 81. My birthday's coming up on the 24th. I'm going to be 83. How long I'm going to be able to do this? And I need this organization that is on the chopping block. I'm pleading with this organization to help keep it open. I know there's money involved. I know we have to cut certain things, but this particular program has been a lifesaver for myself and my wife. Without a caretaker, she's doomed. She's dying right now. We all know that. I'm putting it very bluntly. I grieve every day. I am thankful every day that I still have Renee with me. She was dancing in the kitchen the other day. I'm cooking. I said, "What are you dancing for?" Who? A smile on her face brings me more joy than you can even imagine. I would like you to reconsider, please, before you get rid of this program. I read the letter that I received on Friday. And I may quote this, I guess. To assist you during this transition, we have compiled a list of alternative resources. St. Johns County, Volusia County. Why cannot this county, as good as any other county in this state, put forth that effort, write the grants, contact our state representatives, our federal representatives, and say, listen, they need that program. So I plead, I beg of you to reconsider getting rid of this program. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
God bless Flagler County. God bless you. You've got a lot on your hands. I understand that. Sheriff, nice seeing you again. You got a great haircut.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to approach before we close the first public comment? Seeing none, I close public comment. I'm bringing it back to the board. Would anybody like to address baseball, adult daycare? Do we have any? No.
Can I address Ms. Shelley's comments? We don't set the agenda, so we have administration that does that. I get my packet at least 7 to 8 days before the meeting. So I get to review, ask any questions, meet with staff, send emails to Mrs. Petito. I'm able to do all that. I understand where the average citizen constituent does not probably take time to do that, but I would hope that there would be some trust that I surely know what I'm voting for, and hopefully you can trust my colleagues that we do spend time on these items. If it's not, I mean, everything is worthy of being out in the public, but these items are generally are covered under a contract. I mean, it's copious pages of review, and I do have time to ask questions about grants or why I would not want to buy a Xerox copier. I mean, it's just not, I think that we're doing it okay, but you may not feel that way. But if constituents don't feel that way, they have the right to come here and ask us to pull any items that they would like more information on. So I'm comfortable with this. I made comments before, and I have asked for items to be pulled for discussion. And I've even called staff and said, I'm going to pull this, so, you know, why don't you prep now, because I'm going to pull this item. So we do have a chance to do all that. That's my comments on that. And as far as the ballpark goes, I'm with Mr. McClure. I sent a very lengthy email to administration asking for all parties involved. Nobody owns those fields. We're all taxpayers. I have family members that are in the same situation. We have Palm Coast that has memorandums of understanding with particular ball fields, and I think the county should be a little bit more open to whatever we had going on with Babe Ruth. I think times have changed, and I think it's time for us to change. So I have asked Mrs. Petito to put that together along with Mark. I did not get a response, but I did do it.
And to address the baseball, there are some, I sent an email over to Ms. Petito because our Park and Rec Board has not met for several months. They've canceled quite a bit of and there are some people on that board that want to talk about it and address it, but the meetings keep getting canceled, so I asked them to take a look into those meetings and try to get them back on schedule so that that board can meet and discuss as well the issue. So we do understand it's going to take a little time, but everyone up here, I think, sounds like is working on a plan for you. And sir, for you, I completely understand, I do, and it is not a good decision. I mean, it was an upsetting decision for us to have to do that. The program's got the rest of the year, I believe, to be phased out, and I think that there are some other options. Some people, I know I've gotten a call, I don't know about others, about other groups that could potentially take over and not have to take the loss that the county has in that space. So hang in there with us, and we're up against the state and the mandates that they look like they're, we have to really position ourselves not to, have incredible losses in our budget, and keep our core services. So that's what we're working to do, and it's been painful. But we know that we're gonna, we have an issue there, and I know I've spoken to someone who's in a nonprofit trying to address it, and I think they're gonna be reaching out to others. So hopefully we'll get it addressed before the program ends.
I'm going to address the baseball situation. I know people that moved here a couple of years ago. I've gotten to know them very well. It's a family with 3 children. All 3 of them are in baseball. They are desperate to be able to play. And there are so many different baseball organizations from all the people I've spoken with. And it's a big dynamic problem. We have to work on that. It is not on our agenda for tonight, but I am focused on it, so you are aware of that. And I want to see that everybody has a fair share of the time of whatever we can figure out. And there may be some other solutions. We just have to look and see what we can do and give it some attention. And I'm sorry that we want all the children and all the adults to play too. So we appreciate and thank you for bringing that forward tonight. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. All right, moving on to item 5B, board comments. Any comments on consent items? Mr. Dance?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Carney?
No.
Mr. Hanson?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Richardson, any comments?
I'm going to double check. Nope.
All right. Any consent items to be pulled this evening?
None.
Ms. Carney?
No.
Mr. Hanson?
I have none.
Ms. Richardson, any items to pull?
No, ma'am.
All right, seeing that there are no items, I don't have any questions. I've already gone through this with some staff. I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
All right, a motion by Mr. Hanson and a second by Ms. Carney. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, we're moving on to.
Chairman?
Yes.
May I, Sheriff, don't go anywhere. I'm sorry. I'm making a motion to move your item to next. So seeing as though, okay. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to move item 9A because it is past 5:30 PM and because it is the only item for the sheriff who's been sitting here waiting diligently. I'd like to ask for it to be moved up to be heard next.
I have a motion to move 9A to next.
I'll second that.
I have a second by Mr. Hanson. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Aye, all right. We are moving past the 8s. We'll be back to them shortly. Item 9A, first and final reading of an ordinance designating sheriff as the Flagler County's chief correctional officer. Is this your second job?
Apparently.
I think you do that already.
All right, was there anything on this tonight? No presentation? I know it was brought forth by Sean Moylan. This will be requesting the board adopt an ordinance, the first and final reading designating the sheriff as our correctional.
I don't have a presentation.
We don't have a
for it, so
presentation.
no.
Do you have a presentation, sir?
Well, I can just explain. This is
saw it.
probably, the sheriff has been the chief correctional officer probably since 1917. And this is just complying with a state law that says you must designate either yourself or me. And apparently it's me.
Good.
But it's really just a cleanup ordinance.
Well, in fairness, some counties, the Board of County Commissioners does run the jail. Very few, but in some.
There's actually 10 in the state of Florida that do that, and I haven't seen any willpower by this board or prior boards to take over the jail. So, but I will tell you that the current jail is award-winning jail. They do a phenomenal job in their turning inmate lives around to become productive citizens for those that want to. Not all of them want to, but they really do. So it's just affirmation, if you will, of my current role.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, I move that we approve on first and final reading designating sheriff as Flagler County's chief correctional officer.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Hanson, second by Ms. Richardson. I believe we go out to public comment on this. Anybody wishing to speak on item 9A, first and final reading of ordinance designating our sheriff as the chief correctional officer, please approach, state your name.
Darlene Shelley, Palm Coast. Just a few quick questions, if I may. Is this designation, is it going to be a compensated position? And is there any possibility that it might be conflicting employment or contractual relationship? Just for the record, thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like me to answer that, Ms.
can,
Chair?
yeah.
So Flagler County Sheriff Rick Staley, there is no conflict. This is just a statutory requirement that you designate somebody the chief correctional officer. I do not get a pay raise. I don't wear a different hat. I'm still the sheriff. Sheriff is responsible for the Flagler County Detention Facility, if you will, known as the Sheriff Perry Hall Inmate Detention Facility for the courts as it relates to the court service and protection of the judges and the law enforcement side. So no change in my existing duties, no pay raise, no nothing. It's just complying with state law. I will not be taking my wife out for a big fancy dinner because I got a big pay raise tonight. Doesn't happen.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comments on item 9A? Seeing none, I'll close public comment for item 9A and bring it back. We have a motion to approve. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. We're now moving back to the general business, starting with item 8A, consideration of approval of the environmentally sensitive land project ranking list as recommended by our Land Acquisition Committee. Eric, again. Welcome back, sir.
Better news than invasives, though.
I know.
Though it will give me more
I
work.
bet there's invasive things on these lands, right?
Most likely. So just bringing to the board the updated list of projects. We're adding 2 new projects to the A list. That would be Cedar Point. That's the DuPont State site over on the beach side. And adding the Bulow Creek floodplain addition property to our ESL list. That one will give us flexibility when it comes up in the case that Florida Forever does not decide to amend the project boundary, or if they decide that they do want to add it, but they don't have funding available. So that will give us some flexibility as to potentially funding that acquisition through the ESL. In addition, we are removing the Strickland 80 property, those 80 acres over by Hunter's Ridge. We made an offer based on the guidelines and the appraisals, and our prices were very apart, and we just couldn't come to an agreement. So at this point, we're just removing that from the list. We did have to move the Double C Ranch acquisition from the A list down to the B list. And that was, 1, to make space for the other 2 projects, but 2, because they're moving forward with the rural and family lands conservation easement and no longer require ESL funding. We're keeping it on the B list in case something happens, but based on that, we felt like the LAC committee felt that it was best to move it to the B list.
So they'll stay on the B list until they close with the state of Florida?
Correct.
Okay. And if things change, I guess you'll just reevaluate, right?
Correct.
For them to go back to A. Okay. Any questions for this board discussion on item 8A?
No.
No, none for you.
Nope, good to see the change.
Ms. Carney, anything?
I don't have any questions, thank you.
Any questions about Bulow or
No,
being added?
no.
This side. All right, thank you. We'll open it up for our public comment on
Thank
that.
you.
We appreciate it. We're opening up public comment for consideration and approval of our ESL project ranking list as recommended by our Land Acquisition Committee. All those who'd like to speak on this topic, please approach and state your name. Seeing none? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the environmentally sensitive lands updated list.
Second.
Your motion by Mr. Dance and a second by Ms. Richardson. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
All right. Moving on to item 8B, where this is a consideration of the adoption of a resolution to vacate a portion of the plat of Fleetwood Terrace, Unit Number 1 in the subdivision. And this is in the C2. It's a general commercial shopping center zoning district. I believe the owner and petitioner is Rena William and William Sink. Mr. Mingle.
Adam Mingle, Growth Management Director. I've got a few slides here. These graphics are copied from your staff report. And so this is the portion that's being vacated, and to give you some orientation, and I may be unfortunate I can reference this, just to the east of this was where we had some fire activity here in the last week. So if you'd seen that driven by, Mr. Sink, I think, was probably pretty nervous there because their home is just to the north of this site. But just for the record, the Sinks had nothing to do with the fire, but except for watching the smoke from not too far away. So the vacation is that part of Alabama and Wyoming Avenue. Syracuse Street's already been vacated along with that alleyway that's running parallel to Syracuse Street and just to the west. And so you are getting rid of those two named streets and then the alleyway that's on that east side. And along with that, vacating the lots in the blocks that are identified. We have named those out in the resolution, at least as far as the streets are concerned. The meets and bounds description that you had includes that area that's outlined in the turquoise. For reference, this is the plat that we had. This is the Fleetwood Terrace plat. If you remember, we had just to the north of this, a portion north and bordering that portion that says West Dixie, that was previously vacated in 2025. WL Residential Land came in and had a vacation just to the north of this. And so we're kind of seeing this going a bit piecemeal, but it's as the owners come in. The purpose of this one is the Sinks want to come in and do a commercial campground. And so we had told them in order to make that happen, they've got to vacate at least the right-of-ways, but as long as they were at it, vacate the platted lots and blocks that are underneath that. This was taken from one of the deeds, again, in your staff report, but this was the detail that showed that underlying lots and blocks. This was taken from one of the surveys that was included in one of the deeds that was there. And so our facts there, we've got a proposed campground that's coming in. We are limited to just that portion in that outlined area. We do have all of our utility consents. We didn't have those in January, so you can do this from our January meeting to now. And so now we've got all those consent letters. They were in your packet. It's adjacent to that previous vacation of the north, and no one is deprived of access to any parcels if this vacation is approved. We do give you the option to approve the request and the vacation of that portion of Fleetwood Terrace Unit Number 1 as included in the resolution, or to deny the request. If you're going to deny it, please place your reasons for denial on the record, or to continue the request at time and date certain. I'm not sure if the Sinks are present tonight. We had said that we didn't think there was going to be any issues because we had no inquiries from the public on this, but if it's still open up for public comment, and then if you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them on their behalf. Thank you.
Appreciate it, sir. I'll start up here with our board. Any questions for Mr. Mingle? Mr. Dance?
No, it's not pertinent to this. Have they submitted to TRC on the campground?
I think we've got, at least we've had some initial discussions with them. I can't remember if we've had a round of TRC yet on it or not. I think we have, but I don't want to speak where I haven't.
Just an ancillary question, doesn't really pertain to the vacation, just was curious. I'll follow up with you.
I have no questions.
No. Any questions? No. Thank you, Mr. Minkle. I'll entertain a motion before we go out to public comment.
Which one is this?
8B.
I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution to vacate a portion of the plat of Fleetwood Terrace Unit Number as described in our agenda packet.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Carney and a second by Mr. Dance. I'm going to open up 8B for public comment. Anybody wishing to approach to speak for 3 minutes and say your name? No one? All right, seeing no one, I'll close public comment and bring it back. We have a motion to approve item 8B. All those in favor signify with aye. Aye. Okay, thank you. We're moving on to item 8C, consider the adoption of a resolution to vacation portion of the plat of Veranda Bay, Phase 1A subdivision in the PUD. This is the owner petitioner, William McKinney.
Adam Engel on behalf of the request and the applicant. And again, I've got several slides here that I've pulled from the staff report. And so this shows that area with superimposed over the aerial for property appraiser. This is a little old here with this. Coronado Road's been constructed since then. And this is when that rough grading was happening in this area. Request is to vacate that common 5-foot drainage and utility easement lying on each side, the common lot line between 67 and 68, those two lots. Part of the vacation would shift those two easements outward has been the board's policy, especially when drainage is involved. The theory is that way we're preserving the same capacity. So I've got a few graphics here. This is from the plat itself. And so you can see there north of 68 is a portion where the two common areas connect and you provide some access. There's actually a pipe, I think you'll see here in a moment, that's there that serves the wet retention area to the east behind lot 67 and 68. You'll see that in just a moment. But no specific easement depicted between 67 and 68 other than the plat note that we had, that 5-foot drainage and utility easement. So this is from the construction plans. And then this shows that pipe that's there north of 68. Again, no actual structures that are in the ground between 67 and 68. This shows the intended flow arrows where this would be a split drainage if the home were to be built on 67 or 68 individually. Front drainage would drain to the street, back drainage would drain to the rear. And then you can see that those lines that are close to each other, that indicates we have actually a dry pond. I need to make a correction for the record, not a wet pond, but a dry pond 2A5 that's in that tract behind lot 67 and 68, so that you have split drainage. Because of no structures there, placing the home in the middle on that common lot line, vacating that easement, we're not affecting the drainage in any way. Side lot lines will still be draining then front and back. Now, this is a graphic here on your left of what it looks like in its before situation with the 5-foot drainage utility easement along all side lot lines. On the right-hand side, the after, showing the combined 10-foot drainage and utility easement now relocated to the south side, right side of lot 67 and the north side of lot 68, the left side of lot 68. This would then allow that home to be built across a common lot line. Partial plat vacation, it vacates and relocates the 5-foot drainage utility easement, 10-foot in total that's on that line between 67 and 68. We do have utility consent letters. I neglected to mention, I think it's in your packet, we also have a sign off from the HOA on behalf of the drainage. And so that also gave their consent for the stormwater relocation. No one's deprived of access, no net loss of stormwater function because we have that equivalent easement area provided. With that, we have the three options available. Approve the request, adopt the resolution vacating and relocating the drainage and utility easement. Second option would be to deny the request. If you deny, please place reasons on the record. And then finally, to continue this for additional information from ourselves or from Mr. McKinney. So that'll close. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mingle. Bring this issue back to the board for discussion. Anyone have any questions or comments for Mr. Mingle? None?
No, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the resolution to vacate a portion of the plat of Veranda Bay Phase 1A subdivision in the PUD.
Second.
All right, motion by Mr. Dance and a second by Mr. Hanson. I'm going to open it up for public comments. Or opening up for item 8C, a consideration of this adoption of resolution to vacate a portion of the plat of Veranda Bay Phase 1. Anybody who'd like to approach and discuss? I'm going to take that as a no. We're going to close it back. We have a motion to approve item 8C. All those in favor signify with aye.
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 All right, motion passes. 8C passes. We're moving now to item 8D. This is a consideration of a resolution authorizing the conveyance of a 0.09 acre strip of land to adjoining owners. We're back with this.
Also jumping in on this one, and so this, I've taken some graphics that Mr. Moylan and I collaborated on. He used the deed history that I had researched, so it is not based on a formal title search, so it's the best that we could provide. I believe it's got some accuracy, quite a bit of accuracy. Any inaccuracies are mine and mine alone. But I like what Mr. Moylan had done here we worked together somewhat on this. To me, it's a great way to depict this. And so if you can imagine, to the north is, top is north, south at the bottom, east and west. This gives you some orientation. And so what this depicts is the history of the ownership on the parcels. And so I'm going to go through these fairly quick. There are several of these. And so you'll see as it changes. Basically what this is reflecting is that deed history that we had that happened with these parcels, how these happened over time. And so there really isn't a whole lot to say here along with this. It's just as the ownership changed, as parcels were cut out and then recombined, you have a dedication of an easement that happened right there in 1984, in between 70 and 84. Excuse me. 85. Another addition then, the naming then of the Burn Fiend group to the easement rights in 87. That strip then being created then in 87. So that's when we have that beginning of that strip now that the county owns. 88, 89, 94. Again, the ownerships are changing throughout this. 2000 Millikins. 2004, when we get it with the tax deed. 2014, changes in ownership. 2022. And so that then takes us, and so what I've presented here, and tried to at least, is the facts of the case. 2004, you had the tax deed. 2011, an escheatment tax deed that also named the county. Dimensions of 265 by 44 feet on the plat, 15 feet wide as described in the description of the plat itself, or the parcel itself. That's 3,981 square feet, or 0.09 acres. The land use and zoning there, low-density rural estate with an R1 zoning. Effectively, that ends up being a illegal, non-conforming parcel. And so that's a key thing in our statute, because the statute is saying you as a board have to determine if there's anything that could be done with the parcel. And it is too small for individual development. It really is only an access parcel with an easement across a portion of that. Our disposition process is outlined in statute at 125.35 subpart 2. You must make a determination parcel is of insufficient size and shape to issue a building permit for any type of development to be constructed on the property. And then due to size, shape, location, and value of the parcel, you then determine as the board the parcel is of use only to one or more adjacent property owners. Then our process says, through statute, board sends notice of certified mail, the board's intended action to sell the property, and then finally the board accepts sealed bids from adjacent owners and conveys the parcel to the highest bidder or rejects all offers. So where we're at right now, we had presented this to you before. We were trying to get to the point where we've brought it back to you now to adopt a resolution that starts this process and that would then have the property listed then, noticed by certified mail, board's intended action to sell. And then we'd have the offers come back and we'd be able to evaluate those and come back then with an eventual sale to the board. Our costs at this point, what we've done in the meantime, you asked us to do a few things. We did a survey. We had a little tweaking on that survey, so we're about $2,500, I think, more or less, in the cost of the survey. We also had, as you saw in the packet, the road and bridge crew go out after meeting with the Doucettes and figured we could do something there. So we did some grading. They did some grading on Hernandez, and then also then to direct the road, the runoff water, I think down 18th, I think was the road to the south. And so the idea is to correct some of the grading that really caused effectively the ponding to happen in front of this property. And so hopefully that's been corrected in some small way. The Road and Bridge did a phenomenal job of going through and cutting this down and making it where hopefully there's going to be some relief that's going to happen. Again, we probably haven't had any real test of that yet, but we'll see how it goes here in the future. One other point I wanted to mention, a notice goes to those adjacent owners. We anticipate the bids to come from those adjacent owners. There is no requirement that the adjacent owners cannot submit even a single bid. They could all work together, one, two, or all three of them together in a single bid to the county. We're obligated to accept the highest bid or reject all offers. The statute contemplates one bid from each one of those adjacent owners. There's nothing to prevent the owners from working together. And so if they did work a deal together, two of them or all three of them together for a single bid, then that effectively become the winning bid. We wouldn't want that to hopefully at least cover our costs. And so again, that $2,500 reflects our costs that we have at this point for the survey work. Road work, I think, was just something that needed to be done. And so we didn't provide an estimate of that. With that, I'll close. Yes, sir.
If you did get a two-person bid or a three-person bid, would they also agree at that point which part of the parcel they each own?
That would not be our concern. I think I'm safe in saying that. I'll look to the county attorney to correct me if I'm wrong on that, but our goal would be to sell the entirety of the parcel, and we would effectively sell it to that highest bidder, whether it's one, two, or three of those, and then how they ultimately end up maybe dividing that up on their own is not our concern.
We don't care.
No.
We don't care. Okay.
We just want to get it away from our ownership.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll open it up for our board to discuss, and I'm going to start down on this, and Mr. Dance, do you have any comments
Not
on
right
this
now.
one? Not right now. Ms. Carney?
No, I'm good.
I'm good.
You're good?
Yeah.
I'd like to proceed with the comments.
Would you like me to go out to public comment first before we make a motion?
I motion
Okay.
that we,
Are you making a motion, or go to public
no,
comment?
I'd like to wait for public comment. I want to hear.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open up, if that's okay with everybody. I'm going to open up item D, because I know there's some people in the room tonight. For public comment, 3 minutes. Please approach, state your name. Hello, sir. Thank you for waiting so patiently through our...
Robert Sandel again, and I want to apologize for coming the first time. I
No.
really was a
No.
private sale.
I could've-
Part of it was, why couldn't it be a public sale? And that was one of the reasons why it was
No
not
worries.
public. Anyway, I'll start from where I left off. And finally, I understand that there have been building code complaints. Wait, oops.
You can go ahead and...
Spot.
Yeah, you can go ahead and reread it.
Start at the beginning? Okay. My name is Robert Sandel, and I'm regarding the county parcel of land located between 66 and 70 Hernandez Road, which runs from Hernandez Road to the Intercoastal. I wanted to raise a couple of questions because I understand the property may be sold. I reviewed the county survey of the property and noted there are several encroaching structures on the county strip of land, and there is a dock at the end of it not reflected on the county survey. I've also looked at the tax records for the county property and determined the valuation does not include any buildings or structures or the dock. The county land has been assessed at $25,125 without the dock or those structures. Will the property be reassessed to include the value of dock and structures, or will it be valued at price by the purchaser? In looking at the county survey, it appears the building, structures, and dock are being used by the owner at 66 Hernandez. Several of the improvements straddle his land and the county land. I've looked at a tax assessment and determined that it does not include any assessment for the building structures or the dock. I also don't see any permits for the construction on those things. Are they permitted? That's a question I had. It also does not appear that there is any rental or lease agreement for the use of the county strip of land, except I do see there's an easement granted for the access to the property at 68 Hernandez. I'm interested in purchasing the land and either using the dock or the building for my own so I can park my fishing boat and use to access the Intercoastal. I'm wondering why you're not selling the property at a public auction. And in any event, does the purchaser of the property have the right to knock down the structures, cut down the tree, build their own dock? You proposed a resolution that says the property is insufficient size and shape to be issued a building permit for any type of development. Does that mean that the buyer can't do anything to the property? Would the buyer be issued retroactive building permits to at least cover the buildings and the docks that are already located on the premises? Finally, I understand that there have been building code complaints lodged against 66 and 68 Hernandez because of the properties have caused flooding at 70 Hernandez. If I buy the property, whoever does, do they assume the liability from the county property for those damages? I've asked a lawyer because the lawyer advised me any liability prior to transfer of the ownership would be the responsibility of the prior owner. Will the purchase be required to provide an easement for the drainage through the property to allow the flooding to be resolved? Finally, are there any penalties, taxes, or other costs applicable to whoever built those structures and dock on the county property, or does the buyer acquire it free and clear, any of those liabilities? I'm just trying to get a handle if I could buy the property and what would happen at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you waiting. Anyone else would like to speak on item 8D for the conveyance of this 0.09 acre strip?
Hi. Excuse me. My name is Paula Sandville. I've reviewed the Flagler County Stormwater Master Plan. It specifically provides the property development in Flagler County must manage runoff on site so that the rate and volume of stormwater runoff does not exceed pre-development conditions. The county has allowed the property at 68 Hernandez to violate the master plan by allowing them to pave over their entire property, to install a sloping driveway and concrete curbs, and to build structures which directly shed off the water off their property, including from their roofs, onto the property of 70 Hernandez. The county has created liability in so doing, and further by allocating the structures to be built on the county property by the owner at 66 Hernandez, which block the flow of water. I can't understand why, after learning of this, the county did not require them to be removed so that the water can continue to flow as it had before those structures were built. The county has a unique opportunity to address the problem, which your engineers have cited as a county-wide problem that is continuing to allow development which violates the master plan, and by allowing property owners to change the elevation, topography, and coverage of pavers and concrete over the entirety of their properties. Such development inevitably causes water to flow off those properties and onto the neighbors. It's already happened at 70 Hernandez. You can stop and adopt a solution that is consistent with your stormwater master plan and which solves the problem countywide. Adopting the resolution that you have before you today sends the message that if you don't care about the little property owners who are affected by their neighbors' construction and result in water runoff, and you're going to look the other way about construction which violates your master plan, I urge you to adopt a solution that does not send that message and to solve the flooding problem at 70 Hernandez.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. Thomas Kilpatrick. I came here to remind you all that the property at 70 Hernandez Avenue flooded over a year and a half ago in August of 2024. The damage by the water that was diverted from the neighboring properties through development approved by the county. Rather than going to the county, the property owners at 70 Hernandez went to their neighbors to ask them for a solution. The neighbors not only rebuffed them, but told them that it was not their problem, and one of the neighbors told them to go to the county for a solution. All the while, those same neighbors colluded together and went behind the owners of 70 Hernandez backs and hired a lawyer, and then went together to the county lawyer to secretly sought out to acquire the property from the county while ignoring the flooding they had caused by any communicating of this to the neighbors at the 70 Hernandez. Meanwhile, the owners of 70 Hernandez had spent their own money and labor to repair the damages to their property. They didn't go to the county. They didn't hire lawyers. They paid themselves for a topographical survey and determined without a doubt that the cause of the flooding was from the changes made to the topography and coverage to the ground soil on the neighboring properties. They provided the survey to the neighbors to show them how the flooding had caused flooding to their properties, the owners at 70 Hernandez still did not request the county to solve the problem, but tried to come up with a solution themselves. As part of the process, they learned from the county's own engineer that the construction at 68 Hernandez property behind them had diverted the flow of water, and the property at 66 Hernandez's structure blocked the flow of water away from 70 Hernandez. The county engineer told the owners of 70 Hernandez that was why their property had flooded. The county engineer also said that he could not understand how the county building department had approved the construction because it was obviously going to cause water to be diverted onto 70. The owners at 70 Hernandez again went to their neighbors with this information and were again rebuffed, being told they had the proper permits and it wasn't their problem and had been an act of God. Frustrated, the owners at 70 Hernandez finally went to their county commissioner, Greg Hansen, in July of 2025, almost a year after the flooding, to alert him to the problem, to tell him the county engineer's findings and to seek his assistance in finding a solution. He came to the property, and we now know that when he did so, the agenda item for the meeting in July 2025 to sell the property was already scheduled, and that he was not only part of it, but the driving force to the county lawyers and the neighbor's lawyer to sell the neighbors the property. He never told the owners of 70 Hernandez about this. This scheme was only discovered after the county commission meeting. When it was discovered, the owners of 70 Hernandez and I came to the commission, and the commission, to its credit, not only acknowledged their mistake, but reversed it. I applaud you for your bravery and reasonableness. You all directed the county building department and engineers to work with the owners at 70 Hernandez and to try to come up with a solution to their flooding problems. But here we are again with no solution to the flooding and with no resolution that you already rejected.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
My name is Holly Doucette. In August 2025, you, the commissioners, directed the county building department and engineers to work with us to find a solution to the flooding of our property. Before the August meeting, I had contacted the building department because the county engineer had determined that the flooding was contributed to by the driveway at 68 Hernandez and by the structures built on county land of 66 Hernandez. After August 2025, the commission meeting, we heard nothing for several months, so we contacted the building department again and found that nothing had been done. County council told us that the neighbor's attorney was working on a solution. I contacted that attorney and repeatedly, but never heard anything back. Over 4 months ago, my partner, my daughter, and my son-in-law met with the county officials, 7 of them, to check on the progress. They were told they didn't have a solution because they were obtaining a survey. We were assured that would be kept informed. Despite promises to keep us informed, we received no communication for months and nothing was done. The only thing I heard next was I received an email 2 weeks ago to say that this was back on the agenda, and there was no call, no visit, and no follow-ups as there was promised. If you look at the new survey, it shows that the owners of 66 Hernandez had multiple buildings and a dock on county-owned land. These were built after the county acquired the land in 2004. Despite the owner knowing that he did not own it, he has paid no rent, no taxes, and obtained no permits. These are the same structures that the county engineer identified as blocking water flow and contributing to the flooding of our property. Allowing them to acquire the property rewards their illegal use of the county land. It also does nothing to solve our flooding problem. The property at 68 Hernandez is entirely covered with pavers, concrete, and that shed water on our land. Allowing these neighbors to acquire the county's strip lets them profit from their actions and still provides no flooding solution. Please don't allow this to happen. I am here to ask that why there is still no solution to our flooding, why the structures on county land identified as blocking water flow still there. If the county's goal is to simply dispose of this property, why not require the purchaser to indemnify both of us and the county for the past and future water damage? Why not require a drainage easement and require the purchaser to pay for proper drainage improvements. Why not require a bond to ensure that these obligations are meaningful? These are simple measures that would protect everyone. We only want a solution to the flooding. The agenda said that our neighbors' illegal structures and a tree on the easement makes drainage difficult. To me, it says that's possible. I urge you to reject the resolution and pursue a fair solution and equally address the flooding.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. My name's Scott Robinson, and I've looked at the materials that were submitted for this agenda item. There's a few things that were omitted, and I think you need to know before you make your decision. First, the statute which your council seeks to use to sell the land to the neighbors is not the exclusive solution. In fact, that statute says the board has to find that the property is of insufficient size and shape to be issued a building permit for any type of development to be constructed on the property. As you've already heard and seen from the packet, there's development on the property which occurred after the county owned it and is illegally there. It appears no permits were issued. So if somebody buys the property, are you going to require them to tear those buildings down, or do they get automatic permits? Can they use the dock at the end of the property? Or are you going to allow the purchaser to keep those buildings even though you have to find that they could not have been permitted in order to pass this resolution? Are you going to allow the neighbor who built those structures and dock to acquire the property and thereby obtain them legally even though they were built illegally? That statute is for the sale of county property where there are no structures. And I do not believe that that statute is applicable in this circumstance where you have structures. It can be used to sell the property, but it shouldn't be here. You cannot meet the alternative requirements for that statute because the value of the real property has to be less than $15,000. Your appraiser's already determined it's at least $25,000. And as you've heard, that's without any of the structures that have been added. You also have to factor in that if either of the neighboring properties acquire that property, the value is significantly higher. The county assessor's evaluation does not include the structure or the dock, which of course increase the value of the property. In any event, the county can order the sale of the property at a public auction. The neighbors can apply to buy the property at that public auction. It's done out in the light, and everybody knows that it's done above board. You can obtain the highest price and make the transaction transparent. You can also say that the neighbors who caused the flooding and who could buy the property should indemnify the county. My understanding was one of the things you were most concerned about was ensuring that the county didn't have any liability for this property. If you just sell it, whatever's happened prior to the sale of this property still means the county's liable for it. You can also require that there be a drainage easement. We heard Mr. Mangle talk earlier about another parcel of property putting a drainage easement. We've asked repeatedly to do that. It's not been done, it's not been proposed. You can fine whoever built on that property illegally, didn't pay rent. You can make that fine the amount of the drainage easement. I encourage you to consider that. The pre-existing encroachments that the agenda refers to are in fact not pre-existing. They occurred after the property was acquired by the owners of 66. You acquired the property in 2004, and you're going to see those structures were built after 2004. The summary further says that the encroachments make the construction of a drainage facility difficult. That doesn't mean it's impossible. Mr. Mangle can probably give you a number of ways to solve that problem. It's much easier for you as the county to do it before you transfer it to a private owner because you can cut down the trees without a permit.
Thank you,
can
sir.
dig.
You've run out of time, and we've got to let the others speak. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. State your name.
My name is Stephen Tyson, resident of 70 Hernandez. Is it possible to?
We may be able to see. I don't know if we can play video. Can we play video?
I wanted to play this so you can see more because you guys are just sitting here listening to us talk about it. Last time that we were up here, there was some things said like it was a part of the main structure, and it very much isn't a part of the main structure of his home. It's actually just outbuildings, and my home is what is being flooded when this happens. So I want to be clear, we're not trying to take this guy's living room away, and we really want to work with our neighbors, but it seems as if there's a real issue on whose land and who's responsible. And there was a lot of things done out in the street, which I think the reason he did something is because of what we talked about.
Overhead.
But do we have the ability to show
Yeah,
photos?
Carlos, do you
Chair,
have the overhead?
Chair, if I may, I just need to connect his laptop. It's going to just take me a moment to go over there and hook up the wire and then switch it over. So
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Give us just a moment.
So I'll just keep rambling. 18th Road was something that we talked about in the meeting with all the big uppers. And it's an emergency, it's been used as an emergency access since we have been living here. And it's a contributor to some of the water in the neighborhood. And they finally did something about that. But what they've done in the street does not go in hand with what's going on this easement property. Because the things that were approved on this easement for our neighbors to do is directly affecting my home right next door. Not very good.
Yeah, we apologize.
Chair, that laptop does not have an HDMI out.
Okay.
So I can't connect it.
Apologize. I don't think we're going to be able, is it a video or?
It's a video.
You might hit
Okay.
play and then see if it'll refresh itself. We could see.
Yeah. So this is the driveway that is approved, and I did talk to the engineers, and I'm wondering why it's the rainwater is approved to just shed directly off the property and onto this easement as if this is a drainage easement. I'm not an engineer, so I can't really say. I just ask questions. And neither is my neighbors. They hired people to do this. They're completely under the impression that this is all legit. Now, this is inside of my home. This is the water that was in my home. And as you can see, a significant amount of water came in. It's trapped between the two houses on the land that's an easement driveway. So yeah, this is the back side of my parcel, and this is going out. And obviously this is after the storm, but I'm one house in front of the river where if this water had a way to go, like in Palm Coast, there's a valley between two houses. And this is the easement here. It's all underwater. It's kind of hard to see on this video, but there's the driveway. There's not any leaves on the driveway or nothing. Everything's shed out. There's the building. It's high ground back there. And so the most I could do after the storm is talk with my neighbors, and they say that everything they did is approved. So obviously you heard they lawyered up, you know, and I still am not lawyered up. I'm still here trying to find a resolution. But I think the county understands that they had an issue, they had a part in the issue that took place by not maintaining the streets also. But the water is going to continue to shed off of their property and never make it down this way. This is a sun shower in the daytime, just to prove that it's not. And this is after the flooding, and this is a video that I took when we had a quick sun shower, just to prove that the rain comes directly off of their driveway and onto this easement parcel.
Thank you, sir. Can you state your name for the record, and then you can speak your 3 minutes? We'll let you finish.
You want to read yours? And the video's nothing. You want to
Just say your name.
You gotta go to the
You gotta go to the
microphone,
microphone. Bailey
Sorry.
Doucette?
Play this video while I talk.
Say your name right here on the microphone.
Bailey Doucette. Well, it's not up there yet.
Lower the microphone to you.
Thank you. It's playing. There you go.
Okay, I'll read my speech. Okay, hi, my name is Bailey Doucette, and I have lived at 70 Hernandez since 2014, when I purchased my home at the age of 24. I knew my partner and I would raise our future family here and make it our home, as we were very fortunate to live in this beautiful neighborhood. We did just that, all the while making small improvements on our 1950s bungalow, worked very hard to raise a family and build towards our future. Fast forward to 2024, when Hurricane Helene was heading out to our area, we did our best to prepare our family and home for the storm and hunker down while waiting for the storm to approach. During the rain and the daylight hours, we noticed a problem with the steady flow of water coming down our neighbor's newly built driveway that was finished only months before. We could see a heavy flow of water coming straight onto the easement and ultimately towards our property and our home, as shown in the first clip of the video. As the night approached, we watched the water rise on the backside of our property to a height we had never seen before. And just for the record, this is like the said, that's the driveway, and he's gonna walk down the easement to show you guys what buildings that are in the way of creating a drainage for our house. It's sheds and an outdoor shower. My husband took it upon himself to brave the outside wind and rain to try to alleviate the water the best he could with more sandbags and pumps. At around 2 a.m., we finally felt like we did all we could, and we were saddened to continue to watch the water rise, all the while feeling hopeless. After a couple hours of restless sleep, the sun came up and we could see the damage. Our whole parcel was under ankle-deep water, and a portion of our home was flooded. We checked the easement to see if any of the water was draining towards the river, and we could see that, in fact, no water was able to be directed that way. And not to our surprise, we could see that our neighbor's driveway was high and dry. We have had many friends and neighbors at 66 and 68, maybe try to play it again, jump into action to work on drying us out, as we were the only ones flooded in our area. We are very thankful for them. When I talked to the neighbors with the driveway at 68, they were adamant they did not contribute to the cause of our flooding, and told us that if we had a problem, we should take it up with the county because all their improvements were approved. They also said you should just sell and move somewhere else. We were all thankful. While we were thankful for the county, added dirt to Hernandez Avenue to try to help us alleviate. We know that's not the only thing that needs to be done. On the easement, there is unpermitted buildings that were built after the county acquired their property that is blocking any potential damage. And there is a slide. So it's hard to see, but on my computer, this is a Google image of 66 and 2005 with no buildings on it. You guys acquired it in 2004.
Thank you.
This is a Google image.
We have to get everybody in for this topic, but I do appreciate the video. I think it was very helpful
Wish it
for
worked
me.
out better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else to speak on this topic?
Good evening. Dennis Bear on behalf of the two neighbors that you've heard so many comments about tonight. A couple of points I'd like to clarify. First off, this strip of land does not go down to where the dock is. We've got surveys showing it. I did run into Mr. Tyson not long after I was retained by Mr. and Mrs. Gravely and Mr. and Mrs. Milliken. So let's sit down and talk. The first thing I get is an email threatening to sue, give us your insurance information, and pay us our damages. Not one bit of evidence as to how my clients have done anything wrong. So I told my clients to meet with the county, talk to the county staff. I think they met with Commissioner Hanson as well. County staff said the problem was not coming from our property. We came up with some proposals. We could build a wall. We could do different things. County said the main part of the flooding that occurred that went into the house was on the farthest corner of the house, which is an old garage that was converted. And I guess we can talk about what's permitted and what wasn't permitted, but there's a history of things that have gone out on this particular piece of property. We met with the county, my clients met with the county. I have not engaged in sinister conversations. I've talked to Mr. Moylan a couple of times saying, is this going to go up for surplus property? We talked about the process, but I've not been involved directly with, other than one or two comments maybe with Mr. Mengel, but my clients would like the process to go forward. It's two categories that you consider. What is the value of the property? Is it less than $15,000? Or is it an unbuildable strip of land, which is clearly what this particular piece of property is. The property's not buildable. You know, we've talked to my clients talked to Mr. Gardner. He said this would provide a value to the county because I actually put the property on the tax rolls. You know, if there's issues between the neighbors, they can be worked out, but really in order to establish that somebody has flooded your property, there's a process where you get an engineer and other people of expertise that can provide that information. And remember, this didn't happen in August. This happened in October 2024 after Hurricanes Helene and Milton dumped 19 inches of rain on the county, the most rain since 1917. Every year after hurricane season, I get calls from people that want to sue somebody for their property getting flooded. After those two hurricanes, I got more calls from the Hammock area for flooding in places that never happened than I've seen in the 42 years I've been in practice in the county. So it was an unusual event. It was a part of the property. It was built in the 1950s. It was the furthest piece of the lot from where my client's property is. So again, and I think, I don't know, put Adam on the spot, but did you talk about the engineers with this project and what would work best? And was the grading what they said was their recommended course of action?
Thank you, Mr. Bear.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this before we talk about it? Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commission. My name is Jerry Milliken. I live at 66 Hernandez. We moved into Hammock of May of 2000. The Doucettes bought in 2014. So what they think wasn't there is they're misinformed because it was. I have the proof of that. And everything has been approved. What was there is there. There was a shed. You saw that shed with that, and you saw a small outbuilding that was there. The only thing that was not there was the outdoor shower. Okay, down on the excuse me, the water down by the water, that building was there. And the boathouse was approved, and it was built in around 2000, and I do have the permitting for that. But those structures were there with the exception of the one that I'm speaking of. And if you look at the property appraiser, it will show that, yes, we are paying taxes on those structures, and we've always paid the taxes. So I commend you on an excellent presentation, but there's no substantial facts that can back up what they say. And we are asking that you pass the resolution. We're not bad people. We just want, and I missed in the property that is now the county's was adjoined to the property that we bought in 2000. And in 2004, I was actually unaware. I thought that the small building And the part that came off, I actually thought that was our property. Shame on me, but I did think it was ours when we bought it. I should have hired an attorney to look over the paperwork, but I thought it was. So, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to speak on the comment or on this topic? Seeing none, I'll close public comment, bring it back. I have some follow-up questions. Mr. Mangle. Does anybody want to go first? Do you want me to go first? I'll go first.
All right.
I see the value on this property per the property assessors is $25,125. That's the value he placed on it, looks like today. Is anything, the items shown, the shed, the showers, is anything, those structures built on any portion of that property?
Best I can tell, and I think even from Mr. Milliken's admission, you probably have a good, there's probably 3 of those structures that are built on the property.
And we don't know that they were permitted. Obviously, they're ours. They're on the, I mean, they're built on our property. The state statute that follows this had 2 rules, which one was a valuation under a certain amount, and 2, it couldn't be developable of any. They don't define development, do they, when they say it can't be developed?
Development is defined in statute. I think it's actually in 380, but don't quote me. We've talked about this for a long time in planner world. Development is anytime you're turning dirt, you're commencing development.
Okay, so some dirt was turned. There's 2 buildings on this property that's ours. I just want to keep it, I'm going to keep it stupid simple. So I'm going to let everyone else ask their questions and then I'll comment further.
I just have two comments, questions. Number 1, normally when you have damage, you have insurance to cover that. Number 2, surveys. I've heard everything has been pretty much pictures or discussion, but I haven't, and maybe it's at my fault not being aware. I haven't gone through this. I'm assuming you have, Mr. Mangle.
I have.
So there's a lot of questions as far as how this got this far, but let's start from the beginning. When was that parcel sent to the city, given to the city? Was that originally the city's? I mean, I'm sorry, the county's?
So you saw there that, what is it, in 87, I think it was a separate parcel. And then, I think it was back then, yeah. So between 85, so the graphic here shows that there was an easement to Lewin and Kotecki.
Yes.
And then in 87, it picked it up as a separate parcel. Lewin and Kotecki then had called that out, had defined it as a separate parcel. And then all the way through.
The other guy.
And then the escheatment happens in 2004, was when the taxes were not paid. And so we had, and then follow-up, I think the actual escheatment tax deed was 2011, I think I reported to you. But that's when and so we don't have to, we have to take in property where taxes are not paid. There was not a formal board action. There was not a notification to staff. It was a conveyance in lieu of tax payment.
So it's more like the surrender of the property.
Basically, that's what happened, yes. Yeah, because taxes weren't paid. Property's got to go somewhere, and so it went to the county.
Okay. I'll leave it at that for the moment.
The statute specifically states, you can do this, it says, for the property being valued $15,000 or less as determined by the fee appraiser destined by the board. Then it says, lost my place here, let me go back. Basically, it does define that just basically any type of permit. It doesn't say it has to be, what was the plan for the buildings on there? What is the plan for the buildings? If they belong currently to the county, or they're built on the county, or they belong to the landowner, or who do they belong to?
Mr. Milliken said he's paying taxes on them. They do, according to him, they show up on his property record card. I don't know if you want Mr. Gardner to come and provide testimony for something he's not prepared for.
Questions than
I have it.
answers
I just pulled it up. So There's a detached garage that's dated 1955. There's a storage building dated 1970. There's a boat lift dated 1970. There's a concrete patio dated 2008. There's a pool dated 2070, a pool deck, pole barn dated not, it's all it's pre-everything. I mean, they're all on there. They're on the property record, so
Yes, ma'am.
I can't, I mean, I could go to the clerk, I could go to the tax bill. So when we dispose of this property, will the owner of the, or owners of the property have the same requirement that no water can leave the boundary of their property?
No, and that's not correct anyway. That's not how our world works. That's not how Water Management District works. The idea is that you have a piece of property. I'm going to paraphrase it, and probably paraphrase it somewhat incorrect, but I'm going to get it pretty close.
Okay.
Is that water flows across property, and you're supposed to still have that same historic flow. You don't make the situation worse in your end after development, post-development phase. I heard some comments saying the one parcel, I think it was 68, has the entirety of it's paved. That shouldn't happen. That can't happen. We do have a maximum impervious that's out there of 70%, so there should be at least 30% that's kept open without having any impervious. That's within that R1 zoning district. Then you also have then a 35% lot coverage, and that's the area under roof. And so out of that 70%, the subset is 35% of the 70 is area under roof that you cannot exceed. There are variances. I don't think there were variances here for any of these.
So do those buildings need to be brought into compliance and permitted?
That short answer, no. If they were not, we don't go back and look for an owner to verify permitting. Our records only go back 10 years for residential, and so our assumption is that things, in most cases, were properly permitted unless there's a safety violation, some reason for us to investigate it and look otherwise, and something egregious. We typically will assume that the owner has properly permitted a structure rather than assuming that it's unpermitted. And if I could comment, the 2005 aerial that was presented, I think you all probably saw it also. We looked at that. Looks to us there's a tree that's right there. Unfortunately, it was not conclusive. And so again, as we would look and say, let's err on the side of the owner, we have to do that, unfortunately.
We've dealt with several issues like this over in the Hammock.
We have.
And the unfortunate thing, and that we found in several of these cases, is we as the county cannot go on to private property and fix drainage issues. It's up to the property owner to do that. And so we've had disputes between neighbors, and they have to resolve them themselves. Again, we cannot go on the property and fix it. And that's just the law. We just can't do that. So it seems to me that the solution here is what we've talked about, is that they have to between them figure out how to drain that water. And if it's the concrete patio and driveway that's causing it, then they have to figure a way, whether it's a little mound or a trench or something like that. They have to get together and do that. I don't think that's outside the issue of the sale of this property.
I think, if I could, Madam Chair, the issue for us is disposition of this county parcel. And so, you know, we did have a properly permitted home accessory at, I think it's 68 Hernandez. All of that hardscape that you saw, I believe, was correctly permitted. The logic there is still, as I stated, do no harm. It doesn't mean stormwater is not going to flow off, especially in a significant event. And I can't comment about history. Everybody here would know history better, what's happened with their property over the years. We do have this very much the same problem, and you heard that. and I'm not trying to beat up on somebody because they've got an older home, a 1955 home, clearly. We didn't have our 1-foot elevation, our FEMA. FEMA didn't exist then. And so I think we've got an issue there. Again, that doesn't excuse a situation that may have been exacerbated by the neighbor's development. I don't believe that's happened. I believe that it's no new harm is the rule in stormwater. It doesn't prevent the water that's been going there historically already. That water's still going to flow to its lowest spot. But it should be no new harm.
This strip originally belonged with which property? But it was lost in a tax.
So originally, the whole thing was one, and then you started having these divisions. This was part of Lot 3. So this is the north 15 feet of Lot 3.
And we don't know if there's a permit or not because our records don't go back far enough. Or is that it for the buildings, the structures?
Buildings, correct, yes.
Okay, so here's where I'm just, hear me out on this. The statute's really clear about value, and we have to cross that off because this is technically valued by our assessor at a higher amount.
Correct. Should
someone dig up a permit, then the statute specifically states, when the Board of County Commissioner finds that a parcel of real property is insufficient in size or shape to be issued a building permit for any type of development to be constructed on the property, or when the Board of County Commissioner finds that the value is $15,000 less, that is when we can do the private auction to the land, the neighbors. So if someone shows back up and finds, and I don't know where you'd find it, but that this was permitted, I mean, I just don't understand how it doesn't go against the statute for this type of auction.
If I can clarify, I think what we're confusing the permitting, even if the structures were permitted or unpermitted, what it actually appears is that the structures are encroaching. These aren't structures that were permitted specifically for this lot.
Correct.
These are encroaching structures. So therefore, in order for this lot to be a developable lot, you have to look at the lot independent of the other lots. So if this were theoretically sold to a third party, and I come in as a property owner and I'm like, I want to build a house there. But this lot is approximately, what's the width of this lot?
Okay.
Approximately, so that
15 feet for
15
our parcel.
feet,
Yes, sir.
I wouldn't even be able to get setbacks in to have a 5-foot wide house put there. That's what makes the lot undevelopable, because you would not be able to put a legal conforming structure that would meet the zoning district's setbacks and the minimum lot size for that zoning district and the minimum lot coverage for that district. So that makes...
Sir, the lot clearly can hold an accessory dwelling or something of that nature that could be permitted.
No, you can't have an accessory dwelling without a principal unit. And you cannot have a principal unit by itself on that lot because it's only 15 feet wide.
Mr. Rodriguez, if the neighbor that has those structures doesn't prevail in winning the bid, how would they go about sharing these structures?
Well, then it's a question if we've got an encroachment, then it's going to become a civil matter between the property owner. If I purchase a lot that I discover an encroachment upon that lot, then I'm going to handle it between myself and the encroaching lot owner.
Madam Chair, we have no verification that those structures did not pre-exist Rice's common ownership. So in '85, Rice owned it all. You had an easement over part. I get it, there may be some competing testimony. I don't think anybody has told me or stood up and said, I was here, it was there in '85 or before that. I think you've got some testimony that says, okay, it's after 2005 because we looked at an aerial. You've got Milliken that's said that he's owned it since 2000 and they were pre-existing. It could just as well be in the hypothetical that Rice had built it in '85 when he owned it all. And then what you had here, Lewin and Kentucky then cut it out in '87. And shame on them. We'll shake our fingers at them and say you did bad, but the structures could just as well have been on there as an encroachment. We don't have anything that says otherwise. And so that's the sad position we're in now. And again, we didn't do title work on this. We got it. It came to us because the taxes weren't kept up.
Right.
And so, congratulations, here you go. This is us. We get it with all the warts on it, and whoever that buys it will buy it with the warts. Gentleman that said that, are we going to correct permitting? No, we're not going to. If there's encroachment, they'll work it out.
Excuse me, Adam, are you saying it was an exception on the title insurance?
We didn't get title insurance. We still haven't. We don't
The prior title insurance?
don't know if there was any title insurance. I don't know anything about title. Remember, we got this as
It's not a purchase. It's as if we took it by a foreclosure, because it was a
Right.
tax deed.
Right, it was,
Well, the property appraiser's office has this valued at $25,125. Isn't that above the,
No, the statute's an or. It's either 15,000 or the lot cannot be developable. So this lot falls under, that's the first criteria, which is that the lot is not developable.
Adam, how many of these do we have?
I hope not
We have
many.
got beaten up on this.
I had a list that I had done when we first were required by statute 2012 on doing, I knew about this somewhere around then because we had the list for parcels suitable for affordable housing. And unfortunately, at the time, I didn't know how, I didn't do research to see how we got it. But I knew of this parcel. There's some other little remnants, but I can't think of any that are quite as unique as this. I did, I think, tell y'all before about a couple of parcels we have down in the Bunnell city limits that, I think I had even had them listed on an affordable housing list, but the reality is they're pretty wet. We need to probably dispose of those also. There's some surplus lands that will go through a different process. This one clearly is one that's substandard to our zoning and would not be suitable for development and meets that requirement in the subpart 125.35 subpart 2. But at the same
Adam,
time,
do you believe that the direction given by the board in August to work with the property owners in 70 has been met? Do you believe that we've done everything we can to help them or get the understanding between, I mean, it's not our job to police neighbors, but, I mean, did they not have a say in this?
Well, Kim, we went out and graded the thing. That's all we could do was where we could grade.
On our road, I
We
understand.
graded it so that the water would
But
run
the
over
properties
18th
came
Street.
together. I mean, the property owners did or did not come together?
they did not.
No.
Did the property owners meet with our engineer?
Yes, separately, and so.
That's fine.
Yes,
They met with the engineer.
We've given time to.
And
all
did
the
you talk
parties.
to the engineer?
I did not.
Okay.
Mr. Dance, any comments?
A lot of them have been answered in some form or fashion. The pictures we saw, the flooding was 70, correct?
Correct. And I believe they also said it was also this parcel. So it was not just 70, but then also waters on this parcel.
68 or 66?
The county's parcel, no address.
Okay, did 68 flood?
I think you saw that 68 did not.
I mean, without an easement, I'm just trying to figure out on 70, other than the road right-of-way, Hernandez, where does the water go? Because it only has the ability to go to the river or go to the road. It can't go to either side, in theory. I'm just trying to figure out where the direction would be, other than the fact that the house is too low, is old and too low.
When we met with the Doucettes, and I think first we met with them, and then I believe our engineer met with them, and then county, Road and Bridge was involved, and the thought was there to scrape Hernandez and then do the same then at 18th, so that that water then, that portion of the water that comes back to Hernandez and was pooling would then hopefully be alleviated. And that was the scope of the work.
It's more like a normal rainfall. It's not going to accommodate another Milton or excessive rainfall or?
I think if it's sloped and maintained, we can at least get some positive outfall.
That falls within our scope of work.
It does, and it had not been, these are dirt roads, you know, they're not, at best, we're hoping we get a grader on them once a year.
I don't know how to answer the encroachments. I mean, at this point, we can't just clear our parcel.
No.
Can it be divided?
Paying taxes on it.
So we're of the opinion that once we get done and dispose of this, the owners could divide this up how they see fit. And so, you know, we were thinking maybe 70 takes part, 68, maybe 70 does take part. 68 and then 66, maybe 66 takes the part with their encroachments. 68 has an easement, or somehow you're hoping everybody sings Kumbaya. It doesn't look like that's possible.
Have they been through mediation?
No, because right now it's still our parcel. There's, I guess the only thing to mediate would be any allegations of stormwater damage.
He's talking about.
How many times has 70 flooded, other than the one picture we saw?
Probably half a dozen since y'all have taken ownership, or? Yeah.
No.
Come on up.
Yeah, for a minute.
All the development around.
State your name again.
My name is Stephen Tyson, 70 Hernandez. All the development that's been approved since we've moved there has significantly impacted the reason why the water makes it to where we are. And I still haven't gotten any answers why the driveway is sloped that direction onto y'all's piece of land that y'all own. Because if it goes directly onto a piece of property that you guys own, in a way, from 2004, since you've owned it, you have the obligation to make that water go away yourself, because now you're responsible for your own piece of property.
All right, let's just go back to the question. How many times has your house flooded?
Once, and I figured it out by walking around the house and going, wow, this house was never there. There was huge trees everywhere. This house was never there. There wasn't a big driveway. And then I figured out, and we were all friends. I was like, wow, they're building around me, and it's great. You know, we were high-fiving. But then when this storm came, and it was a big storm, but I had water coming from every side because the water can't go down. And I offered to come over with a shovel and dig the trench myself.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I think the point being that I was trying to get to is the only historical evidence of the flood was an abnormally historical event.
Yes, sir.
Well, 400 homes in Flagler Beach flooded.
That's why I said abnormally.
Yeah. I mean,
And
It was
600
excessive.
homes in Marineland.
600.
Yeah.
And a couple in Palm Coast, too.
Any other discussion?
Greg's house.
So Adam, from here, there will be a bidding process?
Yes,
If-
ma'am.
If we approve this, there'll be a bidding process. And then when the bids come in, does it come back to the board? Is it a staff process? What happens?
Sealed bids would be open. What I would envision, again, I'll look to county attorney to tell me, no, I'm wrong. You know, you're not going to open the bids. We'll open the bids. We'll
Right.
prepare for the agenda item
Yeah.
for you and bring it likely as, I would envision probably as consent, because we've talked enough about it. But we'd have it where you then have the option to accept that highest and best bid or to reject all offers.
Okay.
And so statute's very clear on that part. You can always still come back. You're not obligated to effectuate the sale at this point under this statute. Bids come back, even if it's got a high offer, even if it covers our costs, whatever it comes back as, you can reject it.
Okay, so I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
On that point. Could the county not split it up in first and put those each parcel out, and then we could accept the offers that if the parcels are split, if the parcel's split, let's say, the buildings of the encroachment first, right? The encroaching buildings and then the rest or whatever, and then the bids come back and we could evaluate them as to who they would help the most solve these issues that we're dealing with, where someone who's paying tax on these buildings and they've bid on it and that piece. And has anybody thought to look at that as an exercise here?
We talked about that. I'll look to Mr. Rodriguez again to bail me out, but I think the language in the
That-
statute is pretty clear,
no.
determined parcel. And so you're determining a single
it.
parcel. We're
Well, they all
not in
gonna-
the subdivision business. And when we start doing stuff like that, I'll caution you, we got that thing called, that little hindrance thing called the Land Development Code, that then now we're conducting illegal splits. And so, and I get it, it's only 15 feet by whatever the hell it is,
Yeah.
but we can't be doing that, so.
All right, any other discussion on this topic for anyone?
Yeah, just clarification on one thing. Did we understand that the parcel does not go all the way to the intercoastal waterway?
Good point. By plat, it shows that there's a dry area. And so that reference that I made to that 265.44, I didn't mean to be cagey with that, but I think property appraiser still says, he doesn't care what it is, those parcels all extend to the intercoastal. And I'd still say that's the case also. But on the plat itself, if you go back and look at that, it shows a dry area. And that dry area is that arguably from the end of the plat to the seasonal mean high water line, whatever that may be, that we would call that. And I'd say everybody owns all the way to the water line.
Yeah. Okay,
Complicated.
thank you.
Never easy decisions. Never,
But
ever.
it looks like it's more than a boat lift. I mean, there was something added to this in 1970. It's called a boat lift. It's not called a boat house. There's a storage building, but there's no boat house. So it
Could have covered it, maybe.
it could be,
It's a boat lift.
unpermitted.
I think best you've got there is Mr. Milliken's testimony that boat dock is not on the county's property. I don't know if he said anything beyond that, but sounds like
it
he
goes out
was,
to the
They
river,
have,
it
They
is.
have a survey.
and I don't want to speak for him, so I think he said it was not on our parcel. So again, I'm just telling you.
Looks like, from the picture, it looks like it's south.
No.
Sir,
I'm
it's
no.
okay.
just
It's okay.
saying what he said
Yes, sir.
is all I'm saying. So I'm not
Oh,
advocating for anybody, I'm just saying what was said.
I anticipate
record.
this to become a burden if it goes out to bid and it just perpetuates and goes on. I don't know, I'm not comfortable.
Mr. Rodriguez, are we required to move forward on this? Can we just let it go?
If you don't deem that you want to sell the property or determine, then you can deny the resolution, and then it remains county property. Now, then we can, at that point, you can direct staff to manage county property. If we want to go in there and state, one, we have an encroachment on the public property, and by law, you cannot adversely possess public property.
Right.
Which means then whether do you want to authorize the county to go in and then demand that the encroachments be removed. Now, the question is this a case of these encroachments were caused not that the building or the structures were built across the property line, but that the property line was drawn through the structures? Because we don't have the records to show when these structures were permitted. So this could potentially be a case where these weren't built across property lines, the property lines were drawn through the structures. And there were property lines not drawn by the county.
If 70 wins the bid, right? They have civil action against, I just see us setting this thing up. This just doesn't seem to make any sense. So 70 wins the bid, and they can go in and do the same thing we can do? Call it encroachment? They're still going to have title to some of this.
Well, at that point, it's a civil matter between two private landowners.
I don't like this.
And would there be title insurance involved in the closing of this?
Only if the seller wants to buy it.
Yeah, no, I think we can issue, it would be a conveyance. There's no requirement under the statute that we convey
saw
with
that.
title insurance. We would convey a quitclaim, and it would be an as-is conveyance.
All right.
I'll say we fell into this, we should fall out of it.
That's right.
I do think a condition or engineering should make sure that the right-of-ways are drained properly. Because you can tell by the survey that that one corner is low, as the gentleman was stating, and that's us on grading and drainage.
Sir.
Okay. Is everyone done with conversation?
Well, I just hate to kick this can down the road again.
I think there's going to be a motion. I mean, I'll entertain a motion.
I don't know that there's another solution. I will make the motion to authorize the conveyance of .09 acre strip of land per item agenda 8D.
Second.
There's a motion by Mr. Dance and a second by Mr. Hanson. All those in favor follow with aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Can you count the nay? Did you go on record?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you get that, Madam Clerk?
She did not get your vote.
She didn't get your vote.
Do a roll call it, please.
We'll roll call.
Commissioner Dance?
Yes.
Commissioner Carney?
Nay.
Commissioner Pennington?
Nay.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson?
Nay.
So, Madam Chairman, what the hell do you expect us to do next?
Whoa.
Live with it. Live with it.
Whatever we've been doing for the last several years with this property.
Since
I mean,
1955.
Same thing since 2004.
We're setting this up. We're setting this up. We're setting this up.
For what?
For what? We
For
can't
whatever-
we can't fix the drainage. We can't go on their property to fix it.
But we have no outcome. We don't know the outcome of the auction or the sale or whatever. This is 4,000 square feet. I'm sorry. I don't see the relevance of moving this forward.
I'm going to move on to item 8E, the settlement of the lawsuit brought by Hammock Harbor, filed against Flagler County. This, I believe, will be our county attorney leading the discussion. I apologize for the, do you want to take a brief 5-minute?
Yeah.
Would that be
Sure.
okay? I'd like to take a
Fine.
5-minute. Would that be
That's
all right
fine.
with you?
Yeah, that's fine.
We're back for item 8E. This is the settlement of the lawsuit brought by Hammock Harbor LLC, filed against Flagler County in the U.S. District Court for the Middle District of Florida. We're going to turn this over to our county attorney, Mr. Rodriguez, for the beginning of the discussion.
All right, good evening. Don't want to take up too much time and rehash the history of the case, but pointing on to just the important facts. But the reason why we're here today is that the parties in this case went to a court-mandated mediation on January 7th of this year. And at the mediation, the parties came to a conditional settlement agreement. And as is required under the Sunshine Law, when local government goes to mediation, an agreement is still conditional upon it being brought before the local governing body for formal approval. So the terms of the terms of the settlement agreement, as have been provided in the staff report, are that the county is to pay the plaintiff in this matter, Hammock Harbor LLC, the amount of $400,000. That amount in exchange will result in the dismissal of the lawsuit with prejudice, which means that they will not, when it's dismissed with prejudice, the lawsuit will not be brought back. Also, as part of the incentives and the agreement to settle, Hammock Harbor the developer will be given a $50,000 building permit credit up to $50,000, as well as an impact fee credit up to $100,000. The credit is up to that amount. So in the event that when they do construct their impact fees, the total amount of their total impact fees exceed $100,000, they will pay that difference. So their credit goes up to $100,000. One of the key terms in the settlement agreement is that the impact fee credit is non-transferable. So only the developer of this project can use the impact fee credits. If he chooses not to build the project and sells the property, those impact fee credits do not travel to the purchaser of the property. So the underlying reasons why this settlement comes into the benefit of the county, and one of the things I'd like to state for the record, that the discussions and the information that are going to be disclosed before you today are for the purposes of settlement discussions and settlement offer. So I'd like to, for the record, invoke Rule 408 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, that these are information and statements for the purposes of settlement offering. This case was going forward in federal court under both a inverse condemnation as well as a Burt Harris claim. So the potential exposure to the county in this case was substantial. There was just basically the dispute in property valuation, the difference between the two parties, without going into the details, but the difference between the two parties was upwards of almost over $5 million in disputing the valuation of the property. The information and the procedural history of this case made the likelihood of a successful verdict on the part of the county. I did not like the percentages and the likelihood due to the procedural history that was involved in this case. And I believe that reaching this settlement and the monetary amounts that are incurred in this settlement are far less than the exposure that the county was risking going forward to trial. Burt Harris claims the damages are usually, it's what you, under the statute, and I don't want to get the wording right, and I had to change because I had to change over to the statute from the last agenda item, so if you give me a second. All right. All right, so under the Burt-Harris Act, a property owner is entitled to relief, which may include compensation for the actual loss to the fair market value of the real property caused by the action of the government, as provided in this section. As you stated, just alone, there was the question of what the fair market value of the property was. We were over $5 million apart. So that was going to go at issue. Again, and also this was going to be subject to a jury trial in federal court in Jacksonville. So you're looking at going forward, facing a jury where there is always the unpredictability of juries and how they're going to react, especially when the defendant is a governmental agency and a governmental actor. So that level of exposure then added upon to the fact that this was a case that was not covered by our insurance. So this was a claim that was going to be paid out of pocket had we moved forward. Should the plaintiff have prevailed under the Burt-Harris Act, not only are they entitled then to their damages under the Act, but they're also entitled to their costs and attorney's fees. And just alone, based on when we were going forward, their attorney's fees alone are were more than half of what the amount of this settlement offer is at this present time. So I believe that the amount of the settlement offer is fair. And when it comes to the development of the property, at the end of the day, what we had was a case that went to mediation where we did receive at an impasse when this went under FLUEDRA, which is the state's land use, the state's Land Use Dispute Resolution Act. And then after the mediation, we went to a special magistrate that held that that having this case, that the use was a permitted use, but that it was supposed to then be examined under the auspices of a special exception. Now, as stated, because I want to state that what I state here is for the purposes of settlement, and without admitting any liability, whether or not there would be a question of whether the county actually had the authority to require a property owner to undergo that level of scrutiny when the code does not explicitly state that that use is subject to special exception review. Because it's not explicitly under the C2 zoning that this use was a permitted special exception. And when we were already undergoing discovery in this matter, there is testimony where under our comprehensive plan, a public use marina falls under commercial recreation. Commercial recreation is an actual permitted use under the C2 zoning. So the use, what the magistrate held was that, and where I think the action should lie was that this is a case of a similar use determination at most, and that because under our comprehensive plan and the language in the zoning code, this public use marina is a similar use to that of a commercial use, as is labeled under those permitted uses by right in the C2 zoning district. So those are the hurdles that we, as the defendant, would have had to overcome at a jury trial in order to succeed in this matter. And when proceeding forward based on the discovery we had already undertaken, and what was going to then be incurring significant costs going forward, because procedurally it's important to note that we actually just had, I think just soon thereafter, either before or after our mediation, the court finally ruled on our outstanding motion to dismiss, which was denied. So we had the opportunity to file our answer in the complaint. Now we've got our tentative settlement agreement, so that would, we don't have to provide that response as of yet, since we're here at this point waiting for your approval. But really the meat of the litigation, we were just about to enter it. So we were looking at perhaps another year to a year and a half of preparation, discovery, of litigation, where we would be, one, incurring our own legal expenses because we had outside counsel assisting us in this case. So the costs that were going forward would have been significant. And for a case where the likelihood of success is my confidence level was not high based on the facts that were presented, based on the procedural history of this case, and based on the fact that even if theoretically, I think if we would have even prevailed forward, that it may have been a Pyrrhic victory because that matter would have come forward under a review. This use at the end of the day would most likely still be a permissible use on the site. So it's not a question of this being a use that is completely incompatible with the zoning or future land use map designation of this property. And it's that because of those hurdles, and then I take a look at what the law under the Burt-Harris Act, which is, the Burt-Harris looks to remove those, inordinate burdens and restrictions on the property. And the fact that we've got a magistrate who ruled that, there was question as to whether adding that level of additional scrutiny of a special exception when not explicitly provided in the code, that may be what is going to be the outstanding issue in the case. And to overcome that issue, when you do kind of a cost-benefit analysis of this case going forward, this settlement becomes a efficient use of the county's resources to resolve this matter in a timely, efficient, and cost-effective manner for what would be ultimately the end result, almost one way or another, what the end results would be in this case. And that's why the staff, the county attorney's office is recommending that the county commission accept this settlement agreement, and we would then therefore resolve this litigation and this matter and move forward and stop incurring any more additional legal fees in this case moving forward.
Okay, I'll open it up for any board discussion, questions for Mr. Rodriguez.
Do we still retain, we fought hard for if this was going to pass. We wanted like silent forklifts, and we wanted to ensure the setbacks were required. Do we lose all that? Or?
No, the site plan that was submitted and reviewed by Growth Management, Adam can also testify, they review the settlement. We do, those conditions of approval, I believe those are part of those do remain. I want to confirm it, because as well as we did manage to come to a agreement as to, I think the one main sticking point also was parking, because we don't have an explicit parking requirement or regulations for marinas. But we did go through what would be the equivalent, and we came to an agreement and accord on that. So, but the rest of the site would not only meet the requirements and standards of the C2 zoning, but also all the standards and requirements of the A1A overlay district as well.
How about the restaurant? Because we do have an ordinance that says how many parking spaces are required for a restaurant.
Right, we'd take those matters, and those were taken into consideration when determining the restaurant. So when you have a property with two uses, usually you kind of weigh the two uses and come up with what you would require for what would be sufficient parking to accommodate both uses.
Madam Chair, I only rose because the forklifts are not part of the site plan approval. I know it was discussed about that. We talked, I think, at length about OSHA requirements. Maybe they could get around some of that with spotters, but that's not part of the site plan.
Well, I thought we had an agreement that would be flashing lights at a minimum, and to go further than that, there'd be a spotter. I thought we'd got an agreement from him on that. If we didn't, I'm sorry. I thought we had.
At least to the extent that's captured in a site plan, that is not.
Okay.
Any other comments?
No, wait for public comment.
I'm going to go ahead because there's so many public here before you're
Yes.
okay with opening it up for
Line them
public
up.
comment. Go ahead and open up for public comment. If you'll approach and state your name, you have 3 minutes. You can direct all comments to the chair.
Madam Chair, before, I know that the plaintiff's counsel is here, and I did confer with him. I don't know if he wants to just speak, because he wouldn't be,
Could I would you like to hear them speak before you speak?
well, when I went to,
Okay.
right, I just wanted to state that
Okay.
he would reserve his time for rebuttal and response, but I don't think he would not be restricted to the 3 minutes, because he would be treated like an applicant. That's what I wanted to state.
Right. I appreciate it. Yeah, once we get closer to 9, we all nod out up here, so. Hi, Cornelia.
Good evening. Cornelia Downing Manfrey. I'm with One Sotheby's International Realty. I'm a CCIM, and I've lived here since 1999. And I actually enjoyed going up A1A and was fascinated when I would see the yachts that Newcastle was building. It was fascinating. I grew up down in Washington, D.C. I was a sailor on the Chesapeake Bay, so I loved yachts, and I love boating, and I love marinas. So today, I have my office on the A1A, and sadly, I've been passing the old Newcastle Marine and watching that property is sitting there quietly and dormant and falling apart. So in this struggle that you have before you, I'm going to ask you to be Team Flagler, because you are, and I know that you will make the right choice. That property, we don't have a lot of commercial property along A1A. That whole section needs a lot of new services that a lot of the residents are asking for, and I tried to bring them in. I brought Publix and SunTrust in here a long time ago, and we did a lot of planning, 14 different site plans to get that thing done, with a lot of tree setbacks and a lot of thinking of how to preserve and make it look lovely, but bring service to the area. So what we have today, I think, is really a fabulous new concept to take place of Newcastle Marine. And it will give people that don't have access to water and a lot of storage a place to store their boats. And boating in this area is a luxury. Look at the beautiful beaches and the beautiful nature that we have on the other side of East ICW from this site. It's a fabulous place to be able to start your boating. The idea of a restaurant, everybody's begging me to bring restaurants. I love sitting down at a restaurant on the river and watching the beautiful nature in front of me, and I think this concept is fantastic and long waited. Not only are we taking a commercial property back to its commercial use, we're bringing jobs back into the area, especially after the loss of the Boston Whaler people. Those people could possibly find a job at this site. We all are looking for economic development. So the cooperation here, you're setting a tone to the public that you can work with commercial development. Settling cases makes you look great. The marine concept with the recreation, the storage, because we have very limited storage in Flagler County, and it's a quieter use than what we had before with the construction of fabulous yachts. Lastly, you're saving us tax dollars and making a settlement, and it'll make you look great. Thank you.
Need the overhead. Carlos, we'll need the overhead for this. Yeah, she gave it to the clerk as well. We've got it too, so we're good. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Jody Bollinger from the Hammock. The Land Development Code does not list marina as a permitted use in C2. However, the Land Development Code states that other commercial uses of a nature similar to those listed may be permitted, and that the Standard Industrial Classification, SIC manual, will be used as a reference. The SIC codes were updated by NAICS codes. However, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, state and local agencies still use the SIC manual for their own purposes. In this case, Flagler uses it to determine similar uses. Commercial recreation uses is a permitted use in C2, and Hammock Harbor's argument is that a marina is similar to a commercial recreation use. In the SIC manual, Group 79 is amusement and recreation services. I've provided you a 3-page handout listing recreation services in Group 79. You will not find a marina listed as a recreation service. That's because marinas fall under Group 44, water transportation. Marinas and recreation services fall under different groups. They are not similar in nature. Thus, marina is not a permitted use by right in C2. That leaves two options. Deny the settlement agreement since a marina is not a permitted use by right in C2, or add marina as a special exception to the Land Development Code through a legislative act. Hammock Harbor posits that it should be permitted in C2 as a recreation use. If that were the case, Hammock Harbor must be rezoned as a PUD as called for in Comp Plan Policy A157, which states, private recreation-oriented developments on major water bodies shall be rezoned planned unit development PUD. Policy E1311 allows for the exception to the minimum area requirement for a PUD in the coastal area. Hammock Harbor is 4.26 acres. The minimum area for a PUD is 5 acres. In comparison, Comp Policy E175 does say, as Mr. Rodriguez said, public use marinas shall be allowed only in commercial zoning districts. However, Hammock Harbor is not a public use marina as defined in your own land development code. It is privately owned, should be rezoned as a PUD. The public use is clearly defined in your land development code under section 30802. That's up there in the overhead, and I've provided you with that information in the handout. Thank you very much, Commissioners, for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Before I start, I just want to make a statement that I did want my attorney to be here. I think you guys heard from him when we had the special magistrate hearing.
Say your name real quick so they can.
Sure, Kathy V. I live in the Hammock. Sorry about that. I want to make sure that I just get that on the record, that I did want him to be here, but he was not available. And we didn't have a lot of time. And because he's not here, I'm going to go ahead and present, but I really wanted him to be here. All right, Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you. I'm really disappointed in this settlement. It's actually pretty unsettling. I'm especially disappointed in key staff members. 6 years ago and throughout this entire process, these staff members have bent over backwards to bring this development forward, even though it has no place in the Hammock, does not adhere to the scenic corridor overlay, the LDC, or the comprehensive plan. This development is nothing more than a commercial warehouse, and it's not allowed in the scenic corridor. At the August 10th, 2021 determination of use meeting, the only planning board member with actual training in urban planning was Mike Goodman, and he said it plain and simple, it's a warehouse. And he subsequently voted against the planning board decision. And while we thought we had some protections in place when the planning board required a special exception, we now have a county attorney who's willing to give in to intimidation, which is really what's happened here, rather than fight for the county and its citizens. He is basically telling us that our residential property doesn't matter and the Hammock doesn't matter. This settlement is a slap in the face to every taxpayer. I want to call your attention to 2A in the agreement. It states that Hammock Harbor's proposed use of the property is consistent with the county's comprehensive plan, land development regulations, and manatee protection plan. Moreover, Hammock Harbor's proposed use is permitted principal use in C2. The proposed use is also consistent with the strictures of the Scenic Corridor Overlay District. These statements are blatantly false, and county residents are going to explain in their 3 minutes what your staff isn't telling you. I now want to talk about Lot 41 that everybody keeps wanting to ignore. This was brought up on numerous occasions to the BOCC meeting at the special magistrate ruling. It was brought up there as well, yet no one with the county has ever addressed it. I've never heard one single person publicly state why this Lot 41 issue is or is not being discussed and being included. The property where Hammock Harbor is located consists of 3 lots, 41, 42, and 43. Lot 41 is the lot closest to my house, and it was rezoned from RC and R1 in 2000 to commercial C2 with stipulations. The February 21st, 2000 BOCC meeting minutes show that even in 2000, the HCA was involved and concerned with rezoning. And to satisfy the HCA and the citizens, stipulations were placed on the property. In your packet, we're going to give you a packet of information. Cindy's going to hand that out. You'll see the minutes from the February 21st, 2000 meeting. I'm going to need a couple more minutes to get through this. It's not, I promise you, less than a minute. Lot 41, so in the minutes from that meeting, Lot 41 would be used for stormwater retention, access driveway, and buffer area. Jim Morris, who presented, then owner Newcastle Marine, stated that the parking area that was proposed would be underbrush and left in its basic undisturbed condition. Okay, then there was an approval of the ordinance. That was 2000-02 in April of 2000. There wasn't a copy of the site plan in the settlement agreement, so we asked Mr. Moylan for a copy and received it. On Lot 41, it shows paved parking for 40 vehicles, a portion of the boat warehouse being constructed, and approximately 18 trees being removed. When the rezoning was approved in 2000, it clearly intended a 40-foot natural buffer, not a parking lot. I'm finished. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Cindy Flowers, who has got a couple more items on Lot 41.
Thank you, Ms. B.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Cindy Flowers, and I also live in the hammock at the property immediately north of Hammock Harbor and Lot 41. In a petition from the county, Attorney Sean Moylan dated April 19th, 2024, notifying the Hammock Community Association and the special magistrate hearing, there was a copy of an email from Adam Mingle to Mr. Harrigan. That email, that is the third document that you have in your packet, is dated April 19th, 2016, and describes the 2000 zoning change Ms. V spoke about, including the stipulations for Lot 41. I'm not going to reread the email that includes the minutes from 2000. This email included in the petition demonstrates Mr. Mingle, Attorney Moylan, and Hammock Harbor were all aware or should have been aware of the restrictions on Lot 41, yet no one has spoken about it. Madam Chair, I'm hoping someone can explain why these restrictions continue to be ignored. This settlement, as it stands, negates my property rights when I believed proper protections were in place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Flowers.
Before I start, I would like to have use of the overhead, please. Good evening. My name is Laura Stillman. I am a Hammock resident and also president of the Hammock Community Association. Madam Chair, Commissioners, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak. Your Land Development Code lists 13 prohibited uses in the A1A Scenic Corridor. 3 of those 13 prohibited uses are a part of the Hammock Harbor development. As you can see in the exhibit here, Boat repair establishments are prohibited in the Scenic Corridor Overlay District. However, this facility management plan supplied by Hammock Harbor to the St. Johns River Water Management District shows boat repair as part of the marina. Also, we have the Sage Group included boat repair business in its appraisal for this lawsuit. So on that exhibit, you can see the use of the word repair in a number of places in the first paragraph. Prohibited use number 2, outdoor storage is prohibited in the Scenic Corridor Overlay District. However, the site plan includes outdoor boat slips to store boats too large to be stored inside the warehouse. And by the way, fuel will also be stored outdoors in a 5,000-gallon above-ground gasoline storage tank. Prohibit use 3. Commercial warehousing is prohibited as prohibited use in the Scenic Corridor Overlay District. The site plan shows a 45,000 square foot building whose purpose is to store 198 boats and make a profit from that storage. Making a profit is a definition of commercial. Look it up. Calling this commercial warehouse a marina has allowed the Scenic Corridor Overlay District to be circumvented. I've got one more item to put up on the board. So, the picture on the left is from a utility equipment storage warehouse, and the picture from the right is a boat storage warehouse. Looks a lot alike. They even both have, though it's hard to see on the equipment warehouse, there is a forklift in both. You have the big stacks. It's very open, it's going to be very loud, it's metal inside. That will kick back all of the sound. So my question is, how can you approve a settlement agreement that includes prohibited uses in our Scenic Corridor Overlay District? So I'm asking to please not vote to approve this settlement.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Leah Groom, resident of the Hammock, also member of the Hammock Community Association. The settlement agreement says that the Land Development Code is followed. I'm going to point out 3 LDC violations that deal with the site plan itself. The first one is the LDC calls for a 25-foot buffer strip between uncomplimentary land uses. The property to the south of Hammock Harbor is zoned R1. Hammock Harbor is zoned C2, rendering the properties as uncomplimentary. Therefore, the buffer strip on the south side of the development should be 25 feet. The site plan shows only 15 feet of perimeter landscaping. The LDC also includes the prevailing requirement. That states whenever parcels of land fall subject to both the perimeter landscaping requirements and the uncomplimentary land use, the buffer strip requirements, the latter requirement shall prevail. This prevailing requirement explains why the 25-foot uncomplimentary buffer must be used instead of the 15-foot perimeter landscaping requirement. Number 2, to calculate parking for the marinas, the site plan shows a ratio of 1 parking space for every 4 boats for a total of 51 spaces. There's no such parking ratio in the LDC. The LDC calls for 1 parking space for every 200 square feet of commercial use. A 42,000 square foot commercial building would require 210 parking spaces. Section 30604D is titled Flexibility in Administration of parking requirements. It states that the county commission, following review and recommendation from the planning board, may permit deviations from the presumptive requirements of subsection. This agreement circumvents your authority in reviewing parking deviations, and it allows the developer to dictate parking requirements for his benefit. We know that parking's a problem in the Hammock. And finally, number 3, another LDC violation involves site development plan requirements in the A1A scenic corridor. Building elevations, which Hammock Harbor, to our knowledge, has not supplied, are required as part of the review. The warehouse, with its contained 4 retail areas, totals 45,522 square feet. A site plan with a building that massive should not be approved without elevation plans, as required by the LDC. To give you an idea of the size of the warehouse structure, this building right here is 47,727 square feet, only a difference of 2,200 square feet. Is that really what we want to see on scenic A1A? Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Dr. Lynn Bravo Rosewater. I live in the Hammock, and I'm also a director of the Hammock Community Association. As the Hammock area is developed, traffic will continue to increase. Hammock Harbor has not done a study to assess its impact in the area. When the future land use map is amended by ordinance, which it has been, a traffic study is called for. However, county staff directed the property appraiser to cut the future land use for Hammock Harbor in 2024 without the ordinance, thus averting the traffic structure. Now try and imagine all these people, holidays, weekends, coming to get their boats. If half of them show up, we're on a 2-lane A1A. No traffic study, no one to say, how is this going to clog things? Now, you've heard that there's a lot of ways this violates things. In this settlement study, and I've just quoted it, the proposed use is also consistent with the strictures of the Scenic Corridor Overlay District. Strictures, because I had to look that word up just to make sure that I had it right, means laws or rules that tightly limit or restrain what can be done. Tightly limit or restrain. In the Scenic Corridor Overlay, it talks about the lowest possible density. When you add this huge building, that is not consistent with the Hammock. The Hammock also says that you cannot store anything outdoors. So the 3 boats that they're going to store is in the Hammock overlay saying you cannot do that. And one of the things that I think we need to look at is when this got composed, what Adam Mengel said, oh, here's a place that builds boats. 6 employees, inside, no noise that neighbors heard, okay, is not comparable to a storage unit for whether I thought it was 204 boats or 198 boats. And they're going to be using industrial strength equipment. That was said in this chamber when asked about it. They're going to be using industrial strength, which is enormous. And how can you overlook the fact that there are 3 houses right behind us, where that 5,000 tank of gas is sitting. I ask that you do not approve this settlement. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. My name is William Jordan. I live in the Hammock. First off, I would like to address parts of the agenda overview that minimize issues that go to the heart of this matter, and they cannot be glossed over. The developer did not receive pre-purchase approval to build a new dry stack storage, boat storage facility. What he received in the email from Adam was a confirmation that the existing metal building could continue to be used for dry boat storage, only if appropriate modifications were planned and approved. The county's growth management director was explicit. The existing structure was to be used. The developer chose to ignore that direction. Instead, he moved forward with plans for an entirely new facility in direct conflict with the existing zoning restrictions in the scenic corridor overlay. Despite clear deficiencies, the site plan was approved by county officials. That approval was challenged in court by the Hammock Community Association, and the ruling was decisively in the association's favor. This ruling was upheld on appeal because both courts felt the county's decisions were not supported by competent, substantial evidence. That standard exists for a reason. It is what prevents arbitrary decisions and protects the public from governance by convenience or pressure. After losing in court, the developer did not change course. Instead, he attempted to rewrite zoning restrictions and redefine established terms to suit his objectives. He walked out of a county board meeting when discussions did not go his way. At a mediation session in May of 2024, his attorney stated outright that he was not there to mediate, but to litigate. That statement perfectly captures the strategy being employed. When the rules don't produce the desired outcome, the response is not compromise, it is escalation. What should concern everyone here is that this behavior is not unique. Other developers are watching closely. If this approach is allowed to succeed, it will be repeated. The scenic corridor overlay will become meaningless, not by repeal, but by attrition through legal pressure. The county has acknowledged that the installation of force main sewer line is intended to support commercial development in the Hammock. We know and accept development is coming. The question is, can it coexist with the natural beauty of the Hammock, or will it be dictated by who can afford the most aggressive legal team? We fought hard to remove billboards along A1A to protect the scenic corridor. Allowing a 50,000 square foot structure to rise in their place is not progress, it's a travesty. And I've got a couple seconds left. If I could just ask a procedural question. We are curious why the agenda item for this only has, usually they have three options: approve, deny, or continue. This only has a recommendation for approval. And I was curious why the difference on that, if we could get that. Just curious. Okay, thank you.
We'll just.
Good evening, members of the commission. Dennis Bear on behalf of the Hammock Community Association. I guess in the words of the late Jerry Garcia, what a long, strange trip this has been. When this project first got started, they were trying to put 15 pounds of potatoes in a 5-pound bag and sought a variance, which was denied by the planning board, denied by the commission. They came back with this special use concept, and we prevailed on both trial level and appeal has been mentioned. But then what happened is really interesting. So the staff said, let's come up with a marina ordinance. HCA worked with the staff. They talked to Mr. Million, went to the planning board. The planning board spent a lot of time on this ordinance, comes back to the commission for approval, and Mr. Million stood in front of you and said, it's not worth the paper it's written on, and scuttled the ordinance that would have given us guidance. Because to be honest, I have no idea what you're approving tonight. There's no site plan in the agenda, and since I've been involved with this project since 2019, 2020, This is the first time I've heard there's going to be I knew there was going to be a restaurant, but they always said, mañana, we'll deal with the restaurant later. There's been no site plan that I've seen that's gone to your planning board, that's gone to TRC, unless I've missed it somewhere, for a restaurant. But yet it's a part of the appraisal for the damages. It's not been discussed as part of Fluidra or any other processes here. So with all due respect to Mr. Rodriguez, who's not been here for the whole process, there are a couple other factors I'd like to point out about the history of this. You know, one was the ordinance. So the ordinance doesn't work. Mr. Million comes back for a second bite of the apple on this use determination because it's not explicitly defined in your zoning code. So he comes back a second time, and I've talked to some of the planning board members. I talked to Mr. Langello earlier today. He said, yeah, we spent all this time on the ordinance. It comes back to us. It's not explicitly defined. We don't have any criteria because the ordinance is not in effect dealing with parking and buffers for a marina operation like this. So we thought that the special exception was the best way to go to protect the neighboring property owners. A special exception is not like a variance. You have to come in with compatibility designs. And if I could have just another minute or so. So let's look at what's happened historically, because back in 2011 timeframe, when they were trying to do the large development on the end of 16th Road, in protecting the scenic A1A overlay zone, the county commission took the position that we could take into consideration context-sensitive design, considering the mass and size of a project and its impact on existing neighbors. That went into hearing. The county prevailed at the administrative hearing process. My argument to you is it's just as valid today as it was back then, that you can consider those types of things. But like I said, I'm not so sure you all know what you're approving tonight. Where's this restaurant, the parking, multiple uses on a particular piece of property? Commissioner Dance, I recall your one comment is that the overlay designation and the C2 lack of clarity justifies a special exception. When the planning board said that a special exception would be required, Mr. Million did not appeal that decision within 30 days. It was a year or so later when he came back and actually applied for a site plan and got denied. So my argument is that it's not timely. There's a number of legal and factual issues I really think you need to consider. I certainly understand the benefit of settling litigation. I mediate cases between local governments and developers and neighborhood groups. However, I just don't think there's enough information here for you all to make an informed decision. And I understand the other attorneys will get up here and try to rebut what I said, but my position is you don't have enough information to justify this settlement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bear.
Good evening once again, Darlene Shelley, K-Section in Palm Coast. This ordinance has given me deja vu. Since 2009, I've been fighting against growth at any cost and urban sprawl encroaching on our homes. Attorney Bear just mentioned the name Mr. Million. Did not realize that he was part of this ordinance, but it is familiar because he was part of a battle that I fought in Palm Coast regarding incompatible growth with local homes that would have negative consequences for property values and the safety, health, and welfare of the local residents. I'd also like to know where the accountability is. How many more lawsuits is it going to take to address the root causes of so much harm to the local residents? The reductions of our quality of life, the infringement upon our property, the taking of our peace in our own homes, our property rights, and threats to our public safety, health, and welfare. It reminds me of the lawsuits that my dear friend Jane Gentile stood up here and questioned. Why so many lawsuits? Why is the county allowing public restaurants on public land? Public restaurants on county land, excuse me. Food trucks on property that's not the county's.
This doesn't involve that.
It doesn't, but it's the same
And
principle.
we have to take it just on.
Well, I'll use my
Specific to this.
remaining 56 seconds to try to get my points across. The parallels are unmistaken. There must be accountability. You must protect your constituents. The folks that I've been speaking with were tired of being told there's nothing you can do. The truth is, you created these problems. I'm tired of the county and the city saying, go ahead and sue us, because that's what's happening. And it's our tax dollars that are being wasted. For what? The usual suspects getting their way for incompatible development that is harming the local residents. And we're tired of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on this topic before we close it and bring it back for discussion?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Scott Thomas with the Burr Foreman Law Firm. I do represent in this matter Hammock Harbor. I'd like to take a few minutes of your time to discuss this. I'm not really here tonight to tell you why you should approve this settlement. I'm here to ask you to, but why you should is really a matter between you and your lawyer, both Mr. Rodriguez as well as your outside counsel, your very, very able outside counsel. It was my job to convince my client why they should accept this settlement. That wasn't easy either. This was the product of a very lengthy, back and forth, hard fought on both sides mediation, court ordered, presided over by a third party mediator, that both sides had to face realities and risks and future expenses. It's not a sweetheart deal for my client in any way, shape, or form. I can assure you the dollar amounts we're talking about in this settlement are a fraction of the economic losses they've suffered, while for 6.5 years they've been denied what is simply a permitted principal use of their property. They've been denied because, I understand, folks, I understand the NIMBY impulse, not in my backyard, but the fact of the matter is that is a group of people with sincere concerns, but concerns which are costing the taxpayers of Flagler County needlessly money through this development opposition. And to be clear, this isn't about intimidation. I'm a litigator. That's what I do. I do my work in courts primarily, but my last advice to clients always is, let's don't do this unless we have no other option, because it's usually it's a bad choice. It's expensive, it's risky. But here we have a scenario where for 6.5 years, Hammock Harbor has been denied the ability to develop this property simply consistent with your existing zoning code. And that's the core of this. Despite what you've heard, the proposed development is a permitted principal use of this property. Not because, as the first speaker said, she had the wrong subsection. Not because it's similar to other uses, but because, as the Florida statutes and as your own comp plans say, the marina is a commercial recreational use. And your C2 zoning district specifically provides for commercial recreational uses. That's the end of this. To be clear, it's not something we come up with for this settlement. I want to give you the history of this, because it is. I agree with Mr. Bear on something. It's been a very long, strange trip, but I would tell you it's also a long, strange, and unnecessary trip. Before Hammock Harbor ever bought this property, July 2, 2018, planning director confirmed for them that the proposed use was a permitted principal use. They bought the property in reliance on that. That's a legal issue. If the case isn't resolved, we'll deal with it. July 29, 2019, with this essentially identical site plan, a few things on the margin, your TRC confirmed the use is a permitted principal use. September 10, 2019, your planning board determined the TRC was correct. It's permitted principal use of the property. November 4, 2019, this board, the Board of County Commissioners, said, yes, the planning board is correct. It's permitted principal use of the property. February 26, 2020, your lawyers filed paperwork in state court that said this is a permitted principal use of the property. October 6, 2020, your lawyers filed paperwork in the appeals court saying, yes, this is a permitted principal use of the property. October 28, 2024, a respected third-party disinterested special magistrate issued a report and recommendation and told you his conclusion was it's permitted principal use of the property. In the litigation, I'm not going to go into much detail. We're very confident that we now have sworn testimony from a representative of the county that it's a permitted principal use of the property. And to be clear, that's the only hang-up from the last site plan from TRC. All these other things, warehouse, I was pretty sure their lawyer abandoned the idea of warehouse when we were doing the Flagler process 12 months ago. The only issue that's been vetted by your TRC was the issue of zoning. Is or is not a permitted principal use? So Mr. Rodriguez says to you, look, it's going to be developed. It's going to be developed at some point. They're fighting the inevitable at this point. The question is, how expensive is it going to be and how long is it going to take? I think you should realize by now, Hammock Harbor's not going to walk away from this. And I'm afraid, I think events show, it only gets more expensive as we go forward. The numbers we're talking about, Mr. Rodriguez mentioned the spread in our dispute about damages here. To be clear, we believe the damage number that we'll prove, and we have an appraiser, is $6.9 million. The damage number, when Mr. Rodriguez says there's a split of $5 million, that means the damage number the county acknowledges is more than what we're talking about in terms of the settlement. And that doesn't even include the attorney's fees, and that's part of it. This is a prevailing party fee shift. We are very confident, extremely confident, that at the end of the day, the Burt J. Harris claim will generate an award of attorney's fees. So while my client is spending real money out of his pocket, at the end of the day, we think the county's going to have to pay for that on top of their own attorney's fees. I do want to talk briefly, the special exception has come up over and over and over since I've been involved in this. And I've been involved with, by the way, somebody talked about intimidation. I and my client are the ones who invoked the alternative dispute process, the Flagler process. We're the ones who said, before we file suit, let's give this another try. Let's sit down with the county, let's get a third party involved in it. We tried that. We sat down, we did that. We didn't run straight to the lawsuit. We didn't go like, well, great, this is great, we got a clock running on attorney's fees, let's get a suit filed. We invoked the alternative dispute process. Ultimately, it wasn't successful. We had no choice here. But in this litigation, Mr. Rodriguez mentioned the motion to dismiss the county file. One of the issues presented by the county to the Article III lifetime appointed federal judge was that the case should be dismissed because the property hadn't really been taken, because we could always get this development done by a special exception. And since that was out there for use of the property, our claim was neither a taking nor right. We presented the court our argument, which is, in essence, the special exception is not suggested in good faith. I hate to say that. I respect everyone. The special exception is designed as nothing more than a poison pill, because special exception is not a wild card category. You don't get to say, well, it's a special exception, let's sit down with a blank piece of paper and come up with what it could be. Your land development code is very specific. Whatever the zoning provision is, subparagraph A is sort of the policy. The goals and purpose here. Subparagraph B are the permitted principal uses included in C2, commercial, recreational. And subparagraph C lists the permitted special exceptions. If you're not on that list, you can't be approved as a special exception. So when you're told, well, let's do this by special exception, what they're really saying is, the day, if you hypothetically approved it, they'll be in court to attack it and throw it out. Because this isn't about a buffer, this isn't about a forklift, this is about, and they're very upfront about it, I think last time we were here, about stopping this completely. And that's fine, you know, I'm just old-fashioned. I think if you want to control property, maybe the first thing you do is you try to own it. This was for sale. There was a for sale sign. The neighbors drove by that for sale sign probably every day. They didn't buy the property. Unfortunately, what they're doing now is they're trying to make the county buy the property. And that's a lot more than $400,000 in some impact fee credits. I can guarantee you that. So we started this, meaning when I got involved in this, with an alternative dispute process that wasn't successful. We had no choice. We filed suit. We're very confident. The court, by the way, I think I got lost, denied the motion. The court heard our argument and said, yeah, motion dismissed, denied. Special exception's not going anywhere. That's been presented to an Article III federal judge. And he said, no thanks. So we tried to avoid this. 6.5 years we filed suit. We were very confident in our suit, but still, we sat down across the table from your representatives. We had a long day. We came up with an agreement that, one, I think recognizes the reality everyone needs to recognize, which is this is going to be built. The only question is, how long does the delay continue? Because the delay costs money. And ultimately, our position is it's the county who's going to pay for it, and the county taxpayers as a whole, not just a few people who are here because they don't want it in what you would call their backyard. So I'm happy to address any questions you may have for me. I appreciate the good faith the county has extended. You have been, you and your representatives have been an opponent, a very good opponent, but the reality is what the reality is, and we're hopeful that we can put the adversarial side of this behind us and put together development that we think the county will be proud of, that's permitted by law, and will be good for the county as a whole and the taxpayers as a whole. So thank you very much.
Anyone have any questions for him before he?
I have a question about and again, I wasn't here and any of that. It's not an excuse, but I did follow it a little bit, but not as much, obviously, now that I'm sitting up here. When I'm going to draw a blank. So the recreational, here it is, commercial recreational use. So the recreation is the marina, right? The boats,
Yes.
loading, unloading, getting in the water,
Yes.
sitting at the restaurant. I don't, when I look at what was presented, I just don't see why we're so far apart on commercial recreation. That the people that are in the hammock are calling commercial recreation something totally different than what obviously the county or the landowner is calling it.
Commissioner Carney, I don't know that I have the answer to that question because what we would refer you back to is both the comp plan, which clearly describes, we think, marinas as having a recreational and commercial component. Also Florida statute, which refers to working in recreational waterfronts, which talks about marinas being a commercial recreational activity. So, and part of the things, I don't want to get too much in the weeds, but your land development code says that those are the sorts of things the county's supposed to look at when they define terms that may not have, you can't, look, what could be commercial recreational? It could be a very broad thing. It could be lots of things. I couldn't give you a finite list, but I would suggest that what would have to be on that list would be things that your own land development code and the Florida statutes describe as commercial recreational.
And that's where you find marina,
Yes,
boat storage.
yes. And that term gets used, throughout this thing, marina, dry storage, boat storage, it's all, from day one, this has been the exact same development. It has been, I'm up in Jacksonville, there's Palm Cove Marina. It's a dry stack boat storage, a large building where boats are kept inside, out of the elements. Forklifts put them in and out of the water as their owners request. I don't have the numbers in front of me. The usages are actually pretty low in terms of if you have X number of boats, you only have so many any given day actually being used. Yeah, that's our position.
Well, you want to chuckle someday, check out Flagler Beach and the marina in Flagler Beach that they fought for over 10 years. Liveaboards, liveaboards, liveaboards. No definition. We couldn't get past it. It was horrible what happened to that marina.
Well, to be clear, there's no in-water storage here.
No, not here, but in Flagler Beach. I mean, it went on for years. I mean, it was horrible, and it was due to definition or lack thereof. So, okay, well, that's where I'm getting confused. Commercial recreational.
Sir, welcome.
Thank you. Good to see you again, Commissioner. I'm here very seldom, so.
So I'll go to since I was called out by Mr. Baer on the special exception comment. I didn't, and I can understand your thought process, I didn't think of it as a poison pill, but I get where you think it was going to be a poison pill. And I'm disappointed that you didn't try to submit and go through the process before you did that, before you went back. I think really there was an opportunity through that process to build goodwill with the community. As you said, it was going to happen sooner or later. It could have been sooner, but we are where we are. Because there are some issues. Commissioner Hansen brought some up, that special exceptions treat, which is, an incompatible land uses. It's not just about buffers and trees and stuff, but it's about noise that carries beyond borders. Will we be able to talk about those things at this meeting to come to some, or those things which aren't in the land development code that we can address either in the LDCs or the overlay zone, which is things like noise?
I think there's kind of two parts to that. Could I first address why we did not pursue the special exception process? Florida law is very clear that to get a special exception, there are two requirements. One, it must be specifically provided for in the land development code. And then two, you have to meet the requirements set forth in there. Your land development code under the C2 zoning district has nothing for special exceptions that relates or is close to this project. So had we gone through that dance, which undoubtedly you would have participated in good faith, I have no doubt about that, nor the staff and everyone else, after we'd gone through what probably would have been a lengthy process with community opposition and picking apart every single little element of it, let's say we spent 6 months, a year on that, the moment you approve it, a petition for writ of certiorari would be filed that says, one of the tests for that, it's a departure from the essential requirements of law. Why? Because the law says it has to be an enumerated special exception. So we would have done all that. We would have spent all that money. Our good faith and your good faith would have been for nothing. Because we know, through the Flagler process, we had some folks come in here and say, oh, we want to work with you. We had others say, I'm against this and I'm going to fight it. There's nothing Mr. Bear, his counsel for the HCA, he can't control. Somebody comes in and says, let's say he says in good faith, we're going to do this. The neighbor says, I don't care what the HCA does. This is clearly illegal because it's not, and they would be right. And I couldn't spend my client's money defending that lawsuit because they'd be right, because it's not provided for. So that's why we didn't do that. As for the remainder, we've submitted the site plan. I don't want you to take this the wrong way. We negotiated this deal very hard. I'm not, frankly, here tonight to reopen it or to negotiate it further. I don't mean to come off like I don't know what the right word is that doesn't sound profane, like a jack, you know what, but that just can't work for us that way. We did this. We devoted a lot of time to it, and if we reopen it, it just doesn't work. I'm afraid we can't do that.
Okay. I appreciate the response, and knowing some of that gives me a little bit of clarity.
Commissioner, if I could, I used to serve on I was on the Board of Governors for the Citizens Property Insurance Company. And we would have proposals come to us. And we would have, for example, not necessarily settlements, but vendor deals, contracts. And we have people on the board who would think, well, let's see if we can't get something more at the board level. And I always was against that because I thought what you're going to do is you're going to build in a board tax. People are going to deal with staff or with lawyers, and they're going to think, well, that would be a good deal, but now let me throw a board tax on top of it because I got to have something to negotiate away with the county commission or the board of governors or whatever. I don't believe in that. I think we negotiated a deal, and that's here for you. And so I just hope you understand. I'm not trying to be intransigent about it. That's just kind of the way it has to work for us.
Yeah, I mean, right. So the dilemma is obviously we have the financial decision, and then the adjacent homeowners, which will, on the long-term benefits, will have to deal with some of these things since we haven't gone through that additional. And I think we tried to just right? There was so many gaps in the process that we tried to fill along the way, and I think that's where the special exception came, was filling a gap, regardless of the legalities, of making sure that the process took into account the adjacency, the residential adjacency, the incompatible use. So, I mean, that's, you know, I don't, you know, we're left now with ordinances we have on the books. You know, if there's excessive noise or anything, it just feels to me like there's
None of this there's nothing in the site plan or this settlement that waives existing noise ordinances.
Right.
Yeah, they're
Right.
there.
I know.
And they have to be complied with.
Right. So it's just, that's all. I didn't, you know, I appreciate the comments and where
To
you're
be
coming
clear,
from.
I have to have bad faith. We disagreed obviously the last time we were here with the result. We've disagreed with staff from time to time about things. We've never doubted the county's good faith in dealing with us. Okay, I've mentioned, you know, some concerns I have. Never have I doubted the county's good faith, whether it's the commission as a whole or staff or council or whomever.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else for him? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your consideration.
I have a question for Mr. Mangle, if we can.
Come on up, Adam.
It's 9 o'clock. I've ordered pizza.
I want dessert. Forget pizza. I want dessert.
Thank you, sir. Where do we stand with the site plan? What's the process at the conclusion of this meeting? Where will that stand?
We did have, the site plan we're relying on is the last plan that was submitted to TRC that was rejected by staff because it did not have a special exception. It did undergo TRC review. It is part of the public record as part of the TRC review. I can't give you the exact timing on it, but that's the plan that is effectively the compliant plan.
Okay, and so this will have to go through the normal process for site plan approval?
No, that plan is approved. Through this settlement, that plan is approved. Plan is part of the record. It was part of the TRC last submittal. It was the one that was rejected. I hear folks behind me. I'm trying to respond to them. It was part of the public record, the technical review committee meeting. Again, I don't have it here in front of me, but that was the last plan that was rejected because it did not have a special exception as the context of the precursor for the plan to be reviewed. TRC came back and said, we can't look at this as not right for that because the special exception has not been applied for.
Did that plan have a restaurant on it?
It did. It shows a future restaurant footprint.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for that question.
Does it deal with any of the issues on lot 41 that's been brought up tonight?
I'm not following the issues on lot 41, so I heard
According
what
to your
was said. but-
email, Lot 41 had a R1 zoning and a portion of it.
That's correct, yes. So what I recall from the site plan, again, I don't have it in front of me, but what I recall is the buffer that was still
It's to
required.
be used as a
the 100
natural
foot, I think,
vegetative buffer.
Still remains there as far as the limits of the use. Again, I'm working from, at best, bad memory, but there was, I think the statement was there was parking that extended into that. I don't recall parking in that area. Not the same. Yeah, okay, but you're showing, yeah, what I've shown, what I've been handed was the area that shows lot 41 and that extra buffer area that it cuts in for that extent of the R1. The R1 runs, if I'm remembering correctly, from 300 feet back from A1A.
I see it there.
And so the R1 portion, what I've pointed out in the graphic is that rear part, that's where the R1A strip exists. And that's where the board's action on the rezoning on lot 41, as I recall, was stipulating that the buffer needed to be maintained without any of the use extending into the limits. Again, this isn't our site plan. This is but I believe this is consistent with what we reviewed as the detailed site plan.
I have to have my eyes on that plan. It was not part of the agenda. Can you pull that? Can you get a copy? Can we take a pause and get a copy?
Okay, want to take 5 minutes and let the staff pull up? Because I didn't see it in there. I saw,
There's no link. There's nothing to it.
I think that was by design, because there's the intent on the part of the agenda item, I believe, was for you to accept the settlement agreement with, you're not approving the site plan, but I can get it.
We could use the site plan for, demonstrative purposes, but it's important to note that if this were to have gone forward, let's say there's no litigation, and this is going forward as a site plan as a permitted use, it would never come before this commission.
Correct.
Site plan, you don't review and approve site plans. So the site plan itself would have been reviewed and approved by staff. So because this is no longer
Straight
subject
zoning.
to the special exception portion, and the agreement was that we were going to accept it as a permitted use, and we were going forward with the site plan that had been submitted and reviewed by staff. We worked with staff to confirm that it met the requirements of the code, that it was consistent with the code, consistent with the overlay district. Then it would be tantamount to a staff review of a site plan as if it was a regular site plan application for a permitted use by right, which would not be submitted to the county commission for
Straight
approval.
zoning underneath the requirements wouldn't come before us.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay. So used to dealing with PUDs and other things, but.
Sir.
Comments that were made will be relooked at if there was discrepancies, or have you looked at the different public comments that had issues with not meeting the code?
Short answer is I don't believe we've heard anything new in the comments that have been provided. That the settlement agreement that's prepared for you is one to approve or deny. So that is your issue now. And where we will move forward with this, if the settlement agreement is approved, we'll move forward to permitting.
But I guess the point is the site plan meets all the requirements of the LDC and the overlay district.
Yes, sir, as best I'm aware, that is correct, that we had reviewed it at the TRC level. The only part that we had come back with that I recall, and this is what we had provided at the time of the mediation for as part of the settlement agreement, was that the only part that was missing was the special exception requirement.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions for Mr. Mingle? Comments? For Mr. Rodriguez, anything else before we? No? Okay.
What's the, if I may, the traffic study? There was a comment about.
There was no rezoning or land use amendment that happened here on.
No, but it's part of the site plan.
The traffic study doesn't, I don't know if I'm following the.
DOT reviewed the plans. DOT will review the plans for
DOT
A1A.
will review them for A1A. Yes, sir.
Okay. And the building elevations.
I think those were there. I don't have it now in front of me, but I think those were part of the submittal. And then I can hear the gallery behind me talking about violating our code. They need to go back and look at concurrency requirements on trip generation, that staff can analyze trips using the IT manual without having a trip analysis. Okay. DOT will review the driveway connection.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Hold on.
Thank you.
You're all done. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mingle. Anybody want to have any final comments before we entertain a motion? mean, I look at this because I wasn't here. It's been going on since 2019 that I saw that I could document and get my hands on, and I think, you know,
We were
I
here
think
for the last vote.
I was here for the last vote, and so that I'm kind of, you know, when you come into these things, and you know, and you guys weren't here at all, and so it's complicated. I think Ms. Shelley, in your comments were spot on. Root cause and accountability, because from what I can study of this, it probably should never have been any further from day one. Shouldn't have gotten this far, but here we are, and it's a large disadvantage to the Hammock and what they're trying to achieve in the special overlay in the district there. So it's disappointing, and I want to bite my tongue on the rest of it because I wouldn't be polite. But, you know, here you are, and you are tasked with making a decision whether or not to settle, which is Mr. Rodriguez has advised us to do.
Well, I would also add that when we were here a year and a half or so ago, and the conversation I had with the attorney is, it was a 4-to-1 to go with the planning board, and there was rational validation for the special exception from all of our discussions. We were shot down. I mean, our best effort to provide some compatibility and a process where that could be reviewed, we were shot down. The magistrate was clear that it's a permitted use, and the special exception was not viable. I mean, he shot it down. And there's really, I'm at a loss for another way to go. No. But I mean, that is the sentiment. If I went back and read and watched and I mean, it's been an expensive process, but to be able to put something in there to protect the residents and the character, we got shot down trying to do that. I hang my head in that, other than it's an expensive process, and that's not what I don't want to make it any more expensive.
I'll also say to land use, you know, if you own it, you've got a lot more say, obviously, in what happens to it. We can't predict who's going to buy what and what they're going to do with it, and it's our job to make sure we're putting the right use with the land. I would like to know, not for this conversation, but if there is anything that the county can learn from this, I would like to hope and pray that staff does that. I do love the Hammock. I do love the community. I do believe it's an unbelievably vital part of Flagler County. It's on water. It's on water. I live in Flagler Beach. It's on the water. They're proposing a 190 boat slip marina in my backyard. So it's part of it. It's part of what happens. I do also agree that the attorneys acted in good faith. I believe that we got to stop the bleeding somewhere. The fact they took it to the federal level hurts us. They know it. And it's just, are we going to be able to walk away with anything better? Not on our own, or are we going to let a judge do it for us? So Those are my comments, but it's not easy.
So hearing that we've had staff go on record and testimony that this meets the use is concerns me. What the federal court's already done in ruling concerns me. I think this just got out of hand from the get-go, and I think fixing it going forward is making sure that we have the right people representing us on the planning board, and making sure that we have the right attorney over there to avoid these matters, and reiterating to staff that we have very specific codes and a comp plan for a reason, that we have to really cross our I's and dot our T's and all this good stuff, because this is what happens when it gets out of control and people don't interpret things the proper way and they start putting things in writing. And if you go through this, it's sort of like, it reads like a tragedy. So it's a shame, and I apologize to you that you had fought this forever, and that you were here in this situation, and it shouldn't have happened, in my opinion. And I want to say, I understand Mr. Million, and you do have property rights, but when I read some of the past on this, I think, not all of it was in good faith on your part either. I think had you gone through the process, there would have been a happy medium to be met here, and you would have already been built. I don't think that when I go through that timeline, I see several attempts for staff and the planning board over and over again attempting to get this permitted. Doing an ordinance that you're opposed to, doing everything they could to try to come to some sort of agreement. So that's where I think that not everybody acted in good faith here. So here we are. So I'll leave it at that and pass it to you too.
I'm not going to say too much. I've seen these marinas all over, especially Daytona, right next to a condo that's 4 floors tall. If you ever eat at the beautiful Chart House, you will see this huge marina. In St. Augustine, next to the hotel, and other properties, and people that live on their boats, you will see a marina. We are in a water situation. Kim Carney was very adamant about that. And there is always, I grew up on the intercoastal area, and there are people with multi-million-dollar houses called the Venice of Florida in Fort Lauderdale. And the boats are bigger, and they have helicopters on top of them, some of them. So this is part of the water lifestyle in Florida, and we've brought people here from all over the country. A lot of people came here, and they saw the vision that they have. I'm not going to say their vision is good, bad, or indifferent. I really don't have much of an opinion of it. I also fell in love with the hammock, and I moved here when I saw the beautiful trees. Then I saw one got removed from one place and moved to another in order for something to get done. When I saw that building before, when I've been here, I called it Noah's Ark. I thought it was Noah's Ark. And it never did anything. It was just Noah's Ark. So to get jobs and to get better tax values, which will help support our county and keep our taxes hopefully at bay. We don't even know what's going to be happening. And commercial people do give us a tremendous amount of money to support our cost of taking care of our residents too. So I don't really have a pro or a con, but I just know that sometimes things are the way they are, and there's not much I can do about it at this point.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Hanson? Are you good? Entertain a motion on this item.
Nobody wants to motion for this. Are you kidding me? I thought I heard a motion in Pam's speech.
I'm open to any
earlier.
motion here, folks. I know that Ms. V, it's just in the transparency. I don't know if anyone else got the email. Ms. V, who abuts this property, asked for a tabling for attorney to review. She sent an email this yesterday, I believe, for that. But I don't know. that
Madam
would
Chairman,
change.
I move that we deny the settlement agreement.
Motion to deny. Is there a second? No second. Motion fails. Is there a motion for item 8E?
I'll move to approve the settlement of the lawsuit brought by Hammock Harbor LLC.
A motion to approve item 8E. Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
All right, there's a second by Ms. Richardson. We've already been out to public comment. We did it early. Would you roll call our vote?
All those in favor say aye. Commissioner Richardson?
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson?
Nay.
Commissioner Carney?
Yeah, aye.
Commissioner Dance?
Aye.
Chair Pennington?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. We've already had item 9, so we're moving on to county administrator reports and comments.
Thank you. Just a few things to cover. We had our monthly lunch meeting with city managers to discuss some operational matters, potential areas for collaboration. I think we heard from them in regard to the employee health insurance as it relates to the employee clinic. We were invited to attend a meeting with Palm Coast to discuss fire service strategy as we begin to build our fiscal year 27 budget with some level of uncertainty on property taxes. We held our employee year of service ceremony to celebrate and recognize our dedicated employees and their contributions to public service. We met with engineering leadership to discuss the proposals on the compound flooding that were provided by Northeast Florida Regional Council. We are seeking more information from the council about the scope and fee that they propose, so we should be getting more of that information to bring back to the board. We held our monthly meeting with the city of Palm Coast, which was just a one-on-one that we do typically every month, just to discuss any operational issues and concerns and to talk about some of that long-range planning. We met with the Hammock Dunes District Manager to discuss the new intersection improvements at Camino del Mar and Hammock Dunes Parkway. We discussed the intended plans for the Marlowe property as the public gains access under the Dunes property, which is under the bridge. We also talked about some stormwater cleanout and their support of the Malacompra Canal stormwater improvements. Met with developer and council for the Miranda Bay, Summertown, to work on a resolution of some of our concerns. We also met with the supervisor of elections to discuss the project timeline of the renovations to their office and the need to complete it by May 1st. Met with FDOT representatives regarding the formal process of acquiring right-of-ways as it pertains to development of new roads aligned with the Palm Coast westward expansion and the creation of a parallel road to US 1 and I-95. We coordinated a meeting with the Volusia County Coastal Engineer, Jessica Fentress, as it relates to Senate Bill 636, as an opportunity to resolve some ongoing amendment ideas from the Florida Shore and Beach Preservation Association, and some specific wording that may help Volusia County and some other coastal counties. We are participating in the Palm Coast Expo, which is later this week. Percy and I will be there representing Flagler County, sharing what services we provide to the community. And then also this week, we have the county and Flagler Beach conflict assessment meeting to discuss potential resolution as it relates to Miranda Bay, Summertown. In closing, I did want to inform you that Mr. Sales has submitted his resignation from Flagler County, with his last official day being March 3rd. His departure represents a significant loss to our organization, as he has consistently demonstrated exceptional professionalism, dedication, and leadership throughout his tenure. His contributions have had a lasting positive impact, and he'll be greatly missed. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
County Attorney?
Oh,
I'll be brief and kind of almost to piggyback, but yes, we'll be having our conflict assessment meeting with the city managers and city attorneys of Flagler Beach on Friday. We did have fruitful discussions with the developer and council for Summertown and Veranda Bay last week, and hopefully if we can get that presented to the cities, we may be able to hopefully come to a resolution so that we don't have to have the two boards sit together, and this could come up to a quick and easy resolution without it resorting to litigation. The city did execute their agreement, so we are under the tolling agreement, so that we have waived the jurisdictional time limits of the statute when it comes to the timeline for filing a lawsuit. Also, we did meet with the supervisor of elections as we're drafting, trying to draft it as internal administrative regulations for the use of county properties that are also used as polling places and early voting sites, in order to establish content-neutral rules for folks to use our properties during election time, being very cognizant of their First Amendment rights, but also the disposition of county property, as well as the appearance of neutrality on the part of the county. We don't want to be bombarded with just one set of signages. It makes it seem as if the government property is partisan. So we're balancing those interests. Got the second draft going, working with the supervisor of elections. So hopefully we'll have that rounded up, and we're hoping to have it be as strictly administrative matter, since it's the regulation of our properties, and it would apply to these grounds. Now it's on my blank. It would be these grounds. It's those county grounds that are the election sites. So these grounds, the county library, the Corona Fire Station, and the St. John's Park. Those are the four sites that the regulations would apply to. And that's all for now.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
We received an email from Sarah with the Palm Coast not liking the interlocal agreement on the land the Marlowe land that we were giving them, the interlocal agreement.
All right, I'll have to follow up with Sarah because she hasn't gotten with me on that.
Okay.
But I will follow up with her tomorrow.
It was a little confusing, so.
Okay.
I was at the meeting when Palm Coast accepted it, so I don't know what happened.
Yeah, we have been in and out today, so I haven't had a chance.
It was one day last week.
I know we did receive a notice of voluntary annexation on the part of Bunnell, and they are actually annexing an enclave, and it made me quite satisfied. So
They're
annexing an enclave.
Enclave.
Oh, good.
Yes,
Okay, so
that's
they're eliminating the enclave.
They're eliminating the enclave. That's why I said I was very satisfied.
Okay.
And we should be satisfied as well.
That's the Jolly property. All right, our last community outreach, if anybody
Nobody
would
here.
like to approach and speak about the public comment. Hi, Miss Shelley.
I'm sorry, I'm just, one final comment, Darlene Shelley, K-section. I'm wondering what the county attorney is referencing in annexing an enclave, because my ears kind of perked up, because that would bring a lot of relief to some Palm Coast residents if it applied to the cause of our frustrations.
No.
And I also want to just hope that you heard what your county attorney Rodriguez said before about Bert Harris claims regarding damage to property values by actions of the government regarding incompatible uses and negative effects on values of the homes of local residents, because that's important. And the number of lawsuits against the county is far too many already. In an effort to provide protections for your constituents and residents of Palm Coast, I just ask you to do the right thing and not have to force that kind of action. We're tired of hearing our hands are tied. We're tired of hearing there's nothing that you can do, because there are small steps that you can do that would have huge benefits for the local residents. We now can enjoy a quiet Sunday in our homes, and you have no idea what a blessing that is to my friends and neighbors in District 4. And if you can do it on Sundays, you can help us out with other days as well. I'm a strong believer in rule of law. We have laws for a reason, and it's for our protection. And as elected officials, you owe it to the residents to enforce those laws and protect our safety, health, and welfare, our quality of life, our property values, and our rights to the peaceful enjoyment of our homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shelley, the property is in Bunnell. It's not the S-section property, just to let you know. Oh, I thought you were asking specifically where there was. Any other comments before we close public comment? All right, seeing none, bring it back. We'll start with our commission reports. I don't know, Mr. Dance, do you want to go first?
Sure. I think I can, as I read Sarah's letter that you referenced, it was pretty much an as-is. They accepted everything with all encumbrances, and then they didn't like some of the encumbrances. So I don't know where that goes, but
how do you reverse it? It's like
yeah, you got to read the contract, but so that's all. I don't know that it's going to go anywhere, but that's what I read out of that. I appreciate Ms. Shelley's comment about Sundays, because there were other comments received that was just a bone tossed the residents' way. But there was a lot of work that went into getting holidays and Sundays changed to the policy. But I mean, your comments were heartfelt, it sounded like, so thank you. I really don't have anything else. I can't think of anything. I did go to the Flagler Beach meeting. It was the shortest meeting, about 10 minutes long for that tolling extension. But that's all I got. Thank you.
I did work, or I have been working since my mom's passing with our fire and rescue, and I just want to give a big thank you to our chief, his staff, communication department, the community paramedics. We're working on an initiative called File of Life, File, F-I-L-E, of Life. And this is an initiative to help educate our community about having appropriate medical information available when paramedics, fire rescue shows up at your home. We did our podcast, and I bring it up tonight because the podcast is going to hit tomorrow in case you see it. They're working on promotional items. One is a RAC card, and the RAC card talks about medical documentation, how to obtain it, what you do with it. These are the types of things that you think about when you're planning end of life or an emergency, right? But I lost one very key component, and I'm hoping that citizens in Flagler County will take us up on this. So basically what the file looks like is a plastic 7 by 5 inch pocket. And it has magnets, and that will go on the refrigerator. There'll be a sticker on the front door, front window, somewhere on the entry plate where the paramedics will come in, and this will indicate to them that there's a packet in this house. Obviously, look on the refrigerator. Then there'll be a informational piece on what your medications are, who the emergency contact is, if you have any allergies, just helpful information for the paramedics. And then this is the do not resuscitate order that I was lacking with my mom. But it has to meet certain requirements, so it's on yellow paper, and it has to be signed by the doctor. And all of this stuff will be explained as we go through the educational process. I do want to say that I've also asked that our lobbyists follow House Bill 369 and Senate Bill 312. These bills basically give some merit to patient-directed medical orders. So it's backing what we're doing here by trying to get the communication out and crossing over, because the sheets or the papers can be in the house, but unless the emergency room is talking to the physician's office, who's talking to the hospital. So the Senate bill and this House bill will help link this information to hospitals, and it'll hopefully close some of the gaps. So this is what I've been working on for the last couple months, and I'd like to thank everyone for their support on this.
That's really nice. That's nice. I mean, that's very helpful, I think.
Yeah, well, we're hoping. They've also provided me with a list of places that I can bring the RAC card and go out, physicians' offices, hospice, home health agencies. We have a whole list of places that we can go. The community paramedics, will carry them with them. The community paramedics go out into the community. Obviously, they have access to all of this information. At our last meeting, I talked about replacing the administrator, and I think a lot of, or maybe I had a missing step in all of this. I just wanted to let everyone know that there's resources out there. Whenever the time is, or if it isn't, whatever, there are guidebooks on searching. I spoke about it at the workshop. There are senior advisors that can help. There's an MIT shortlist, which is basically managers in transition that can come in and help. We're not the only county, obviously, in Florida that has to go through replacement exercises or whatever. So I did put a little bit of effort into that so that I knew what we had, or at least what I have access to, possibly during our sessions that we're going to be having. I think we're having one in March and one in April. We can discuss some of this at the retreat. That's all I have.
Thank you. Ms. Richardson?
Wow, what a day, huh? Good news, it was 70 degrees today. I have Family Life Center. I'm a big part of that board. The event of the rock party will be wild and great and fun. So I'll get you information. I want everybody in the public to know we have only 150 seats available, and I promise a good time for everybody.
I want one.
Okay.
Or two.
Two. There's a bargain. It's $25 a person, but two for $45. And that's at the Flagler County Association of Realtors. They were kind enough to donate their room for that, and it should be a good time. There'll be a lot of fun, and when Pam throws a party, it's a party. So I just wanted to let everybody know that. I am very sad to hear the news of Percy, but I get it. Sometimes I feel like that in real estate after 42 years. So, I dearly adore Percy. I don't know of him, and I'm sorry that he's going, but I understand his rights to make his decisions, and he'll always be a part of my heart, as all of you are. Thank you for all you guys in the back of the room do. I can't tell you how important you are to all of us. And I know I'm not the only one who feels that way. You may not hear it as much as you'll hear it from me. But thank you all for being here. Thank you all for what you do. It's not an easy job for any of us. And we had a great time in Tallahassee. I don't even know if we got to talk about that. Did we ever talk about Tallahassee at this board?
I think I left that off my list.
Oh, well, there you go. We went to Tallahassee, and it was very interesting. The best words were from Senator Alburton. And what he said was, we know there's a lot of mayhem about this monies and taxes. And he said, just breathe. And that's the words, just breathe. We'll get through everything. Just breathe. And I'm going to leave it at that because I think that's a healthy thing to end on. Thank you.
One of the things we always talk about is the TDC money and how to spend it and how much can go towards beach renourishment and everything. And I always bring up that there are counties out there that just make so much money on TDC that we don't. So I just happened to read a report that I'm going to share with you. Orange County in December alone, took in $34.3 million
Mouse.
into their TDC.
Mouse.
We get five a year. 4 a year, excuse me. We get $4 million a year. So anyway, bring it up. I spent the last week at the Florida Beach Preservation Association, and I think Hamid was there, and our contracted people were there, and it was just, I would encourage other commissioners to go to that because they talk about how they're dealing with the problems of beach erosion, and you get different ideas, and you get they talk about funding, and I've been saying that everybody pays TDC money, but not all of them do. Some of them have got similar problems that we do, and it was fascinating. Volusia County, for instance, is in a little trouble financing their beach, how to fix their beach because they got hit so hard. But St. Johns County has 10 projects, nourishment right now in process, 10 projects, and they're doing a lot with TDC money. But they have 10 projects. So anyway, it was well spent 2.5 days, and there's a lot of good stuff going on there. I will bring up that Creekside was this last weekend, and there were a lot of interesting stuff going on there. But I think the takeaway is that the sheriff got knocked out of the first place for chili, which he is not happy about.
And we let him slide tonight without saying anything.
I know,
Darn.
we did. Florida, the Bunnell Police Department won both the People's Choice Award and the award that the 4 very qualified testers, I was one of them, and we voted, and he won both. He won both awards. So that was interesting, but they had to hand their trophy over. How many years? You remember how many years they've had?
All of them.
It's forever. Forever they've had it. So, but anyway, but it was a little chilly out there, but it was, I think you're right, had a good time. And a lot of interesting stuff going on. So
I know
that's it.
Mr. Dance has asked for one more comment.
Well, I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge Percy. And when he was first appointed, my neighbor firefighter Armando Castaneda was, we were chatting, and he was like really sad. I mean, he was sad to lose Percy, and but also at the same time said, it was probably the best move you can make. And he confided in me. He says, "I've got a man crush on that guy." And I fully understand what he means, and it's only been a short term, but I respect you immensely, sir. Your honesty and integrity are unmatched, and I just hate losing really good mentors and confidants and people that I know I can work with. So we will move on, but gonna miss you. Thank you for letting me share that.
Fire and rescue, you did an amazing job out there. You held your own. And I'm apologize that people don't get your chili, but it's outstanding chili. I always think every year it's my kind of chili.
Well, let me, if
that
I
makes
could-
a difference. But
if
they
I
didn't
could-
invite me to vote.
If I could-
So
I am a very, very qualified judger.
Apparently, he has
And all four of them,
palate for it.
all four of them were good. Honest to God, all four of them were good.
No, they weren't.
It was a tough one. It was a tough
Well,
one.
they're going to need.
I know there was one that was
Chief's,
gross, but
Chief's going to need a new, right?
partner. You're going to need a new partner.
Your
And
chili, your chili master is gone, right?
We have already decided that we're all going to chip in more next
There you
year
go.
and buy filet mignon to put into the chili. And we're going to have marketing with taco on billboards, like Taco's famous
Now
chili.
that'll sell.
People
Take
will
Taco.
buy dogs.
We've got to get Taco. Taco is.
We got to get him a rig. He needs a rig. I don't know if we could take like an old,
kitty
instead of
toy.
scrapping
Kitty
one
car.
of your ambulances, perhaps we could turn it into like
Kitty
a
car.
chili
Kitty car.
cooking rig. I don't know. We're going to work on that for you because we owe that to you, and I believe that for sure. It was beautiful the staff did a wonderful job at Creekside. Staff did a wonderful job helping Jeans and Bling that we went to, and had a lot of good feedback from some folks out west who met with land management. There's a lot of interest out there to start putting their property into conservation by some of the larger families, so that's a good thing. We just need money for all these people. Where were they when we had it? So thank you so much for everything, and I know everybody wants to go home.
Chairman, I move we adjourn.
We adjourn.
Second. Not even need a second. Third.